ITV, certainly the best.
Viewers, welcome to Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji, and it is that program that gives you and I opportunity to talk about some of the trending issues in the country and how it affects us as citizens. So today we're going to be talking about the withdrawal of police personnel from very important personalities in the country and how it's going to be affecting us as individuals, or better still, how it's going to impact us as citizens. And then again, the debates on legalizing gun ownership. So let's go talk to some persons and hear what they have to say in regards to this topic. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji.
The Nigeria security architecture, I think it is a very, very wrong approach at this time. The way you talk about developed countries and thinking of how police operate, the environments are not the same. First, we do not have good roads. That when you call for police in an emergency response, if it's like in the developed countries, you see police appearing within minutes. You hear of cases of assassinations in places like America. It's only a matter of days they will find the killers of those people. Those are not the situations in Nigeria. People kidnap people in their houses, people kill people on the way, they don't even know who the killers are. The only thing too that also makes some of these people not to be on the road is the simple reason that when they know that there are escorts following some VIPs and some people on the way, they know that it's possible that at some point they will see unexpected police presence. But when they now get to the point where they now say, no, they cannot go with police and then the road is free and all that, you are only inviting terror back to us. If I'm traveling on the way and I know I'm licensed to have a gun in my car, some other persons are coming, and maybe we run into hoodlums, and they know that out of these 20 cars, there's a likelihood that 15 to 16 have arms in them. That will also create that sense of security for the people that are involved. So I just think that it is, yes, the idea to say let's have police at different points is there, but the architecture and infrastructure to support such an idea, we don't have it yet. You don't have drones flying everywhere. If you are overseas, you press a button in your house, they know it is emergency. The police will come, condone off your area, and the people cannot even escape. The police right now, as they are, first, there are no vehicles, they are not well equipped, so how do you even do it? I think that the decision by Mr. President needs to be reviewed.
I see it as a right development based on this issue that the president has made concerning police should be withdrawn from notable personalities that are in our society. You discover that for the police to be able to combat insecurity, we have less police in the society. Most of all these notable personality, you just discover that one person will be having 10 police. 10 police. If one particular person is having a police, about 10 attached to him, and the common man has no security to be attached to him, he has no security to be attached to him, then what is the fate of the masses? But to my own take, with this direction, this step that the president has taken, that all police official, army and officials should be withdrawn from notable personality, is a welcome development, so that these officers will be able to go to the city, go to the street, go to the rural area to be able to combat these bandits. Because if all this caliber of men, notable personality, are be giving policemen policemen are attached to them, it will not be a wake-up development. But if they withdraw them, everyone, all hands will now be on deck to fight insurgency, to fight bandits. But when these men are secured, they will feel less concerned about the masses. I believe that with this step that the president has taken is a very good step, so that security for lives and property concerning the common man will be appreciated. On these aspects, it has advantage and it also have disadvantage. It is good for people to have self-defense against this insecurity. But the other way around, when every man is given that license to get a gun or harm himself against attack, sometimes most people will not use it for self-protection, but rather they will begin to use it for destructive activities, like going into using it to embark on armed robbery and different. If somebody offends somebody, he can just bring out his gun and do killing. That is why it will not be encouraged. But the only advantage for the government is that let them employ more hands. Let them get more securities, people, recruit them, train them, tell them what to do, the rules and the dons that will govern their security apparatus. All these things should be put in place. Then with more and being employed and well paid, I believe that with all this, they can be able to contain this insurgency and bandits in our country.
We all know that the constitutional role of the police is the protection of lives and property. And like the president has rightly stated, the protection of lives of Nigerians are very paramount. And like the VIPs are still part of the citizens that the police is constitutionally empowered to protect. But you also realize from where the president is coming from, these VIPs form more or less like less than 10% of the larger population of Nigerians. And in that light, he feels that more attention should be given to the masses, to the larger population of Nigeria who are now faced with the challenges of insecurity, while also trying to address the manpower need of the Nigerian police. So in that regard, I totally support that directives that all available manpower now should be channeled channeled towards the protection of the majority of Nigerians outside the VIPs that took a chunk of that number. Looking at on the right of Nigerians to own guns, I still believe that Nigeria is not yet ripe enough for such. Even countries where they have such policies, they are trying to go back. If you see what's going on in America now, they are even trying to look at gun rights laws to see how it can be reviewed. So it's not a policy that has worked or that has been sustained in even where it is currently in force. So for Nigeria, it is not just our owning gun that will solve the problem of insecurity. I can tell you, with the kind of anger, with the kind of issues we have now, if Nigerians own guns, they will be using it to settle personal scores, not even the insecurities now. So that might not really solve the problem. I think solving the problem, we need to go into community policing, volunteer security, seeing how well we can domesticate security, make security the duty of everybody, not necessarily a centralized arm of government like you have the centralized police now. So with that, I believe we can substantially bring down, if not to a barest minimum, the current challenges we have now. So it's not really whether we carry guns or not that would solve it, no.
It is a very good thing that the president is actually looking at how he can, curb security by having a lot of, security personnel on ground. But, if you have to fight insecurity by creating another level of insecurity, that's a very big problem, all right? Yes, we know that the VIPs have a lot of this, security escort with them. But if you look at this person too, they are human beings. And, somebody who has that kind of, level of position requires some level of security, around him. So for me, I will not, totally say that it is okay to withdraw all the, security personnel from the VIP. No, I do not think that's the best way to go. Instead, I think they should look for a way to have more persons in the force, in the military, in the police, and every other security agencies that can help, in this insecurity, because the VIP are human beings. The right to own a gun, I really do not think that Nigeria is matured for such a thing. Yes, we have that in some developed countries like America, but I do not, advise that such law should be put here in Nigeria, because a lot of persons are going to take advantage of this particular, situation, and they use it to do other very, very, malicious activities. So I do not believe that Nigeria is ripe for, self-ownership of gun at this particular point in time.
Insecurity in Nigeria has eaten so deep into the life and well-being of Nigerians. Like in the area of business, it has affected us a lot. Like, for example, those our mothers who travel to village markets in this season of December, where they travel to buy plantain, yams, and others. We see many of them were unable to do this because of the insecurity, and that has also affected their own family, because they will not be able to provide for them because they were unable to do their business the way it ought to be. Like those of us in the real estate sectors, I think it affected us the more, because this is one of the most funny December I've ever experienced, whereby our brothers and sisters in diaspora, they are scared to return home to celebrate with us. And after they have saved this money, and they buy property at the end of the year, so that at least they will not count on one thing that they have achieved. But this time, many of them, they give up. Instead of coming to Edo State or or Nigeria to buy property, you will hear them saying that they want to go to places like Singapore, places like Spain. They will tell you the money they will use to buy property in Abuja, like maybe 350 million, 150 million, 200 million. is enough for them to get property in Spain. And that property in Spain will give them high return of investment than the property in Nigeria. And another thing that affected those in diaspora and the VIPs, let me use that word, very important personalities in our country, is the new law that has been passed by the president that police personnel should be withdrawn from this set of persons. And you know, the current situation of insecurity in Nigeria, so these persons, they will not be free to come in, because it's as if them coming in, they have signed their death sentence because the security is a threat to them. And at the same time, the police personnel that would have been of assistance to them to guide them is being withdrawn. So it's just as if they want to jump into a hot fry pan. So these ones is what stopped them from not coming to Nigeria, and it affected our business a lot. So those persons we are all to care for, these things restrict us to do a lot for our loved ones. Because if you don't sell property to get money, so there's no way you are going to spend money. So if you check, though we are having traffic and all these around, but the truth is that the well-being, the lifestyle of these our citizens is being compromised, because insecurity has cost them a lot. If the guns is being legalized to every citizen, it's going to cause more havoc at this initial stage. So I believe instead of legalizing gun to individuals, let's recruit more local security personnel that understand this terrain of this environment, because a stranger will not know my community more than me. So if they empower these personnel, give them good sophisticated weapon that they can use to withstand these perpetrators, the criminals, it will be able to at least help us a lot. So owning a gun or legalizing gun to Nigerians, you know, Africans, there's a way we think. Even some of the trained policemen that they are handling weapons, we see what happens after some of them have taken what they are not supposed to take. After when their adrenaline get high, when they are angry, we see how they misuse the gun. So now legalizing gun for a trained person, a civilian, is going to cause more havoc and disaster to us. So I'm not in support of that.
While the opinions of our respondent varies, and some think that the statement by the president to withdraw police personnel from VIPs in the country in order to combat crime, some are also saying that it is not a welcome development. But in all of this, the security of citizens and properties should be a priority. That is what people are clamoring for, and it is something that should be done in order for lives and property of citizens to be secured and for security to be guaranteed. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. Many thanks for watching.
ITV, certainly the best.
Top on the list, the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukponwa Enes Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
ITV, certainly the best.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
certainly the best.
All right, everyone, good afternoon, and thank you for joining us today on the program. I'm Adesu Sawage, and today on the program Healthy Living, we want to talk more about measles and rubella vaccine. What's the important hospital? It's so nice to have you join us. Should I call you Elizabeth or Yabo? Which one should I take? Okay, Elizabeth. So it's so nice to have you join us on the show today.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so my brother, my friend, Dr. Esegbe Efelmo is the Director of Disease Control and Immunization, Edo State Primary Healthcare Development Agency. So, Dr. Efelmo, it's nice to have you join us today.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Okay, so we're going to open our lines. The phone number will be on the screen for you to call in. Ask these two professionals on measles and rubella vaccine, because a lot of persons are talking already. You know, when you get information, when you get education on a particular issue, it becomes a lot easier. So this vaccine is not dangerous. Let me throw it to Dr. Efelmo. Dr. Efelmo, please tell us more about this measles and rubella vaccine. We've been talking about it on the program, but at least if you tell us more, we open our lines and people are able to ask you questions. At least it will go a long way to ease the minds of the people. So tell us more about this measles and rubella vaccine. Why measles and rubella vaccine?
Okay, thank you very much for this beautiful opportunity. Measles and rubella vaccine is actually not a new vaccine. It's been with us, and I'm sure most of our mothers know. And many people will know that there's a vaccine called the MMR, which is the measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine. This vaccine has been available with us, but it's you have to procure it on your own. But with epidemiological data across the country, the federal government had seen that we've been having rising cases of rubella. Before now, we couldn't really differentiate fever, cough, catarrh, body rash, even though rubella is milder in children under 5. So just a few years back, we've gotten the capacity to be able to test and confirm via laboratory tests that this is measles and this is rubella.
That's fantastic.
And if you look at the epidemiological map for the past couple of years, you see that we've been having rising cases of rubella. So this MRO that the federal government is rolling out now is not just for the fun of it. It's to ensure that we don't have an epidemic of rubella, especially affecting pregnant women, and you know the complications that could result in the congenital rubella syndromes, where children can be born blind, born deaf, born with cardiovascular complications, hole in their hearts, neurological deficit, and so on and so forth. So the federal government will not want to wait, and that's why with support from development partners, these vaccines have been procured and are available across the country. So the rollout is just happening now in Edo State, in the southern part of the country. It has happened last year, October, in the northern part of the country, and it went very well. The vaccine is safe, certified by NAFDAC, and has actually been used by people, and we continue to use them. But the good thing about it now is that you don't have to pay for it anymore like they used to.
It's free.
Yes.
So Elizabeth, tell us about the success story, because I know that the flag off has already been done, and people are going around town to see the number of persons that will take this rubella or that are taking this rubella. Any success story, any challenges yet?
Thank you very much. We only have success story for now. No challenges. No challenges for now. I think maybe the only challenge we are going to get maybe after vaccination, maybe the minor AEF5 that normally follows vaccination, which is expected, and it's going to, you know, for minor AEFI, is going to also disappear after a few hours. So
the AEFI
is adverse event following immunization.
So that everybody will understand.
When we say AEFI, that is adverse effect following immunizations. Just like you take any other drugs, you know, anybody can react. This is the same thing with these vaccines, but they are just minor. Minor adverse event, and it's not going to be for everybody that is going to be vaccinated. Just maybe 1% of, you know, the people that are taking these vaccines. And the success story we've had, at least for today, like today after the flag off, many children were vaccinated with this measles rubella vaccine.
Allowed the parents are cool with it.
Parents even follow them down, you know, to come and take these vaccines. And because the sensitization, we've also started our sensitization before now. Since last year sensitization, we started the sensitizations, and people are already aware about this measles rubella. It's not something that is just a certain thing. And mothers are aware, you know, fathers are aware. We've gone to schools, you know, to sensitize the school, to sensitize the parent, you know, to give consent, you know, for the people that will be coming to vaccinate these children, to allow them to vaccinate our children.
All right, we're going to take a very short break here. When we come back, we'll open our lines for calls. Okay, I know that some persons would like to ask questions on this measles and rubella vaccine. So let's take a very short break. When we come back, we'll open our lines for calls. The call line is on your screen right away, so you can copy it and quickly put that call across to us so that you can ask Dr. Fermo and Elizabeth here some questions. All right, they are experts in this field. I am not. Don't allow me give you a badabidi answer. So those that will give you the correct answers are here already. So we'll take that very short break now, and we'll be right back. Do stay tuned. All right, thank you for joining us again. And I'm talking with Dr. Fermo here and Elizabeth. They're experts on this field, and so we need you to talk to us. So, hello caller, good afternoon. Hello caller, good afternoon. Reduce the audio level on your television set and ask your question. Hello? Hello caller. All right, I don't know if that caller is not hearing me. The call number is right there on your screen. Please call us so that you can ask questions and get your answers as far as this measles and rubella vaccine is concerned. That's MR, right? Okay, you know, before now, the measles injection used to be on its own, rubella on its own. Why this combination now?
Okay, thank you very much. So, like I said earlier, that we have the capacity to detect rubella as separate from measles now. That's why federal government has procured the rubella vaccines to protect our people and to eliminate rubella and measles completely out of Nigeria. You know, we would not want a situation where the children are getting to receive so many vaccines.
Yes.
That could be discouraging.
Okay, doctor, let me pause you now. Let's quickly take this call. Hello, caller. Good afternoon. Please tell us your name, where you're calling from, and ask your question on measles and rubella. Okay, go ahead, Uche. Hello, go ahead, Uche. I can hear you. Hello, I can hear you. Okay, doctor, please continue while we wait for another call.
So,
I think there's a problem with the connection right away.
Yes. That our children will have to receive. So those of them that have similar properties are combined. So we have the vaccine you call the pentavalent vaccine. It has 5 antigens in them. And the essence of vaccines is scientific and simple. It's to stimulate our immune response that God has put in our body to be better prepared for a disease.
I'm going to be interrupting you because of this call.
No problem.
So, hello, caller.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Please tell us your name and ask your question.
Okay. My name is Umogbe.
Okay. Okay. Ask your question. Well, I think we are having some kind of issues with this call line. Maybe they don't hear me, but I'm hearing them. Okay, doctor, maybe we should ignore these calls and just go ahead with what we have to do this afternoon.
Okay. So, like I said, God designed the human body in such an interesting way. You can either get immunity naturally or artificially. So that is why those of us in this part of the world are better immune to illnesses that are endemic around our environment. For instance, malaria. The way we would respond to malaria is different from the way a Caucasian who just came here. Because over time, we have gotten natural immunity over time. But it's not all illnesses that you wait to get natural immunity from, because for the first time, they could kill. So the reason why we have a lot of children living beyond their first 5 years of life is because of vaccines and antibiotics. So anybody rejecting vaccines now is not doing himself or the society at large good, because there's what we call herd immunity. If many of us are protected, that disease will not be able to penetrate that community. So that's why we encourage people, don't reject vaccines. These vaccines are thoroughly, the protocol for producing vaccines, the processes it passed, you can't find it just anywhere. And they are WHO pre-qualified. Even coming into the country, NAFDAC goes stringently to ensure that they are safe for our population. And this is what we use for all the babies and the mothers that come to all our health facilities on a daily basis. So our population is increasing is because we have better health care now than we used to have. So we encourage people to, because we don't want people to live in regret that this is something they could have prevented that was absolutely free, and then they're having children come down with those illnesses we try to prevent. I'm sure you don't see polio cases around the streets anymore, people walking with maybe one limb bigger than. It's actually because vaccines have helped us eliminate that from.
Okay, Elizabeth, let me ask you this question because you are a woman. You know that once a woman is pregnant, there are so many myths and facts that accompanies that pregnancy. Some will say, don't eat okra, don't eat this, don't eat that. There are so many don't. Now, let's look at the issue of this vaccine for pregnant women. A lot of women will say to you, like the Hebrew women that will go and come back. Some would wait until it is just few minutes to delivery before they start looking for the nearest hospital to go to. So please talk to them about the need for this vaccine. And can a pregnant woman be vaccinated with this
for this measles rubella vaccines? Women cannot be, especially the pregnant women, they cannot be vaccinated with measles rubella vaccines.
Okay.
But we only ask them to vaccinate their children.
Okay.
And if a pregnant mother is contacted with this, especially the rubella virus disease,
yes,
it's very, very dangerous. Just like Dr. Esegbe said, that it can lead to a lot of complications for the unborn child.
For the unborn child,
because
yes,
if a woman come in contact with the person that has this rubella and she contacted this rubella, she will also transfer that same virus.
So how can a pregnant woman now protect herself against rubella? Because you may not know. You may take public transport, you can be in public places, you go to markets, you even go to hospitals, and there may be one or two with that kind of rubella problem.
That is why the safety
so how can she protect herself?
Why safety precautions is also very, very important. So when a woman also, registered in an antenatal clinic where she's going to learn more about how to take care of herself when she's pregnant, she can also prevent it. There are also vaccines for pregnant mothers. There are also vaccines like the TD vaccines that we give to pregnant mothers to prevent them, she and the baby, from tetanus, diphtheria disease. So if a woman also, before she even get pregnant, there are vaccines that she can also take. Like when Dr. Segbe rightly said that we have these vaccines, MMR, though is for those that have the money to pay for the vaccine.
But now it's free.
Now,
good news.
Federal government have made it to be free for everyone.
any hospital you go to now,
yes,
but not private hospital.
Not private hospital.
But people use private hospital more.
For this measles
these days because of strike and all of that.
Yes. Yes. Thank you, Madam Adesua. That was a very intelligent question to ask. So you see, we're having a catch-up campaign from January 27th to February 7th
tomorrow,
in the state.
Tomorrow.
So the reason we're doing this catch-up campaign is to ensure that we mop up a lot of people who may put those pregnant women at risk. So children aged 9 months who ordinarily should have their measles rubella,
at 9 months.
So children aged 14 years will be receiving these vaccines to ensure that a protective shield is formed around our communities and the viruses don't find pathways to the pregnant women who are predisposed to having severe complications.
So unfortunately, time is up so fast. So what's the way forward now? Let me ask Elizabeth before I come to you, Doctor. Now Nadia is at the business.
Yes,
so Elizabeth,
the way forward now is that the vaccination will start tomorrow, which is 27th of January, and we want every of our mothers, our parents, to allow them to vaccinate their children. They are going to
particularly
be going to
those
schools.
Ones in schools.
Yes, they are going to be going to schools, churches, mosques, and we're also going to have a fixed post in all our public hospitals, health institutions, the primary health care close to you. You can take your children
Doctor,
there.
what's the way forward now?
Okay, thank you very much. So I want to thank the First Lady of Edo State. She's been very supportive in helping us advocate and push this message. So we want to encourage parents, caregivers to avail their children aged 9 months to 14 years of these vaccines. Our teams, we have over 1,000 teams that will go across the state. they should receive these things and receive the vaccines. They are trained.
And the vaccines
are safe and free, completely free of
and
charge.
safe.
Yes.
All right, Dr. Ed Elizabeth, thank you so much for finding time to be with us on the program Healthy Living. Despite the little challenges, we're able to run the show. Don't worry, on Thursday we'll bring you a comprehensive edition on radio. So don't fail. Join us on Thursday at 3:15 p.m. for us to talk about measles and rubella vaccine. We'll see you again then. Bye-bye.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ẹgbẹ̀júwà ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ẹgbẹ̀júwà ọba àtọ́pẹ́ yìí.
ITV, certainly the best.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking that's about. That's what I said. So when they bullied her, now, if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
They
smart.
can't sit
if
down.
you see where they are dressing them or are dragging on both sides, you cannot you cannot breathe. And these women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
The Ekoko masquerades from Ute village, whose cult is connected with Obaeware and his mother, Elere, appear on this occasion to bless the Oba. Ekoko is a ritual masquerade that dances to please the guests and the Oba.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Viewers, again, we welcome you to Message of Islam, reaching you from Independent Television Benin. Today we have a topic which is of vital importance. And the topic is simply Islamic ruling on intoxicants. Islamic ruling on intoxicants. What are the substances that constitute intoxicants? Inshallah, in the course of the program, the panelists will tell us. To take this vital topic this evening, I have with me in the studio Ustaz Sani Abdul Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the program.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you.
Alhamdulillah. And we also have in the studio this evening Al-Aji Professor Bunyamin Ali. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the program.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Viewers at home, peace be unto you.
Alhamdulillah. I'm your uncle Al-Aji Alamina now. Now let's go straight to the business of the day. We are looking at the topic Islamic ruling on intoxicants. So let me start with you, Ustaz Sani Abdul Hafiz. What are the substances, what are the things that constitute intoxicants as far as this topic is concerned?
In the name of Allah, all praise belongs to Allah, and we ask for Allah's peace and blessings upon the noble Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The substances that constitute intoxicants is anything that can change the sense of reasoning of a person when they consume it. This is what is referred to as intoxicant in Islam, and we call it a muskirun. And the Prophet ﷺ said, every muskir, that is anything that intoxicates, is haram. Anything that intoxicates is haram. So whether it is alcohol or it is any of the substances that people consume, such as heroin, cocaine, cannabis, call them, name them, they are all under the classification of intoxicants and they are prohibited in Islam. This is because of the Islamic objective to protect human mental health. That mental health is of paramount importance. When you have too many people who are sick in their head in a community, of course, you can be sure that everything will be in disarray in that community. So Islam considers mental health to be one of the very, very important part of the human system that needs to be protected. Now,
thank you very much. I'm coming to you now, Prof. Now, we have some who argue that it is not forbidden in the Quran. It's not entirely, completely forbidden in the Quran that you should take intoxicants. And some will refer to Quran chapter 4, verse 43, where Almighty Allah says that, oh, you believe, do not approach your prayers when you are drunk until you can grasp the meaning of your words. Some will refer to Quran chapter 2, verse 219, where Almighty Allah says that when you talk of intoxicants, there are benefits in them and there are sins in them. But the sins outweigh their benefits. Why we now have Quran chapter 5, verse 90, where Almighty Allah completely forbids or condemns the consumption of intoxicants. So can you please help the viewers to reconcile these three verses of the Quran?
You see, when Almighty Allah gives us an instruction in the Quran, sometimes it goes by way of telling us direct instruction, and there are some that pass through stages depending on the way the society is viewed. Of course, during the time of Prophet Muhammad, people were also they were indulging in the use of alcohol, intoxicants. And as such, as he was preaching to them, Almighty Allah now made it a kind of stage or stepwise instruction that gradually people were getting used to, people who had been used to the consumption of intoxicants. They were instructed when you want to pray, because just as he said, the moment you take any form of intoxicant, it changes your psyche. And if you look at the entire part of the body, the brain can be said to be the engine room of every being. Wow. The moment it is disturbed, automatically all the other parts and the value of such individual will be disturbed, including the people that live with such individual. That explains the reason why Almighty Allah calls our attention in many verses that whoever wants to worship him must have the psyche complete. The mentality of every human being must be complete, and that is where you can comprehend the nature of Almighty Allah. And as such,
yes, in
order not to tamper with that, Almighty Allah says you should not take any form of intoxicant when you are about to pray. The second stage was that if you feel you are taking it for any pleasure, for anything, it could be an advantage to you, but the main evil, the main sins that you commit after taking it is worse and much more than the advantage that you feel you are taking from it. And the final one, which Almighty Allah said that if any act of intoxicant, divination, and arrow trade, all these are handworks of Shaitan. Desist from them if indeed you want to succeed both in this world and in the hereafter. And that one seals it, that whoever wants to succeed before fellow human being and before Almighty Allah on the day of accountability, such individual must get away from taking intoxicants, no matter how little it is.
Thank you very much. If you are just joining us, we are looking at the topic Islamic rulings on intoxicants. Islamic rulings on intoxicants. So those of you who try to argue that the Quran did not completely prohibit consumption of intoxicants, you've heard the explanation now, the exegesis of the Quran. The first verse revealed, you are told that do not approach your prayers when you are drunk until you can grasp one of your words. Then they are just embrace Islam. And you know, in those days, during the Jahiliyyah period, they drink alcohol like water. So they embrace Islam, but they are still consuming alcohol. And those who now want to say Salah, God asks, if you want to pray, don't drink. Then some say, okay, I will not drink when I want to pray, but I will drink when I'm not about to pray. Then second verse also came, Quran 4:43, that there are benefits in them. And Quran chapter 2 verse 219, there are benefits in them, there are sins in them, but the sins outweigh the benefits. Why some stop consuming it? That, oh, since the sins outweigh the benefits, I will not consume them again. Before the final verse now came, we are now described it along with gambling, that they are abominations devised by the devil. That you know abstain from them so I can be successful. Now, Islamic rulings on intoxicants. What are the sins? What are the consequences of consuming intoxicants? Does it have anything to do? Is there any correlation between it and crime rate in the society? What other thing? Why do you think we are asked to abstain from intoxicants?
The verse of the Quran where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala stepwise and systematically prohibited intoxicant. As you mentioned, Allah said the benefits, you say you have some benefits in them, but then the disadvantage, the harm that you will suffer from consuming them is more than the advantages that you think you get from them. Obviously, the Prophet ﷺ said, as a way of, making it non-negotiable, to say you want to consume intoxicant. He said, Allah has not put the cure of any disease in that which He has prohibited. So that you cannot say that I am taking this alcohol, I'm taking this intoxicant because of my health. Some people say that they take intoxicant because they want to do away with their worries. When they are having issues with their wives or their families or in the office, they want to take intoxicant in order to throw them away from, the normal thinking, so that they don't feel the pain. But this is not a solution. In fact, medically, it is documented today that some of the stroke cases, consumption of intoxicant is becoming one of the risk factors in people that are having crises of stroke. Before, you have stroke more in the elderly. Now you are now having stroke in middle adults because of what? Consumption of this intoxicant. It's a risk factor, as has been mentioned. Now, the Prophet ﷺ, still to make it, there is no way. He's saying that whatever intoxicates in little quantity, then it is, in large quantity, is prohibited in the smallest quantity. So that you cannot say, I can consume it. Then besides, if a person has become an addict of consuming intoxicants, the person risks his salah being accepted. So that it's not just about, it's me, it's my business, I consume it, it's not your business. In fact, the Prophet ﷺ says that the person who commits idolatry, that's one who worships other gods beside him. You know that the sin Allah does not forgive is the sin of associating partners with Allah. That the one who is going to be next to be condemned to the fire of hell on the day of judgment is somebody who became an addict of consumption of intoxicants. So that it is not something anyone should want to live with. If a person has it as a problem, maybe he has grown up with it from young age, it is something he can still fight, battle it, and see how you stop it. It is not only harmful to our health, it is a sin in the sight of Allah.
Thank you very much.
As you know too, that Allah does not allow you to take your life. Allah does not allow you to inflict harm on yourself. You are not allowed to injure yourself. So consumption of intoxicant is like killing the organs of your body system, and Allah does not allow that.
Thank you very much.
Now,
do not kill the organs of your body system. Do not commit suicide indirectly or gradually by consuming what is injurious to your health, what is injurious even to your mental health as well. Now, Prof, I'm coming to you again. For the idea, we have some people that are caused in respect of intoxicants, apart from the consumer itself. Can you please tell us some of them, so that people will not feel that, okay, it's only those who consume it?
Well, according to the Prophet ﷺ, it was reported to have said that there are 10 categories of people that are caused along with or in association with intoxicants. The consumer, the one that prepares it, the one that works there, the one that sits where it's being consumed, and the one that bought it for another person. The person that they sent to go and buy it for another person. The person that carries it, and also the people that sit down where intoxicants are being consumed. All these are the categories of persons that are caused along with intoxicants.
Alhamdulillah. You can see, in order for consumption of intoxicants to stop, in fact, if people are consuming intoxicants and you greet them, you are also caused. So if they greet you, do not answer them. Then the distillate itself, the intoxicant itself, is also caused. We have 10 categories of people who are caused. So if the carrier is conscious, the buyer is conscious, you will discover that it will be difficult to circulate intoxicants. Now, coming to you again, Ustaz Sani Abdulaziz. I was talking about relating consumption of intoxicants with crime, armed robbery, kidnapping, assassination. You can see the in the country. Now, do you feel some kill under the influence of intoxicants, or that's their nature? Correlation between intoxicants and crime rates?
Surely, the consumption of intoxicants is connected with the level at which people are ready to commit crimes. Yes. Fornication, for example, and adultery are more like the twin sister with intoxicant. Hardly will you find anybody who is morally shameless that he will not consume, intoxicants. The same thing with those who go into armed robbery. Some of the people who go to the extent of taking the life of others, they need to be a little bit insane for them to be able to do that. They look for substances to consume to deaden their conscience so that they will not have the human feeling that, oh, this is a human being that I want to deal with. So there is a connection. Apart from crime rate, it's from the regulation in road safety that somebody who is under the influence of alcohol should not drive. Now, somebody who is under the influence of alcohol, to tell you how much it is so risky, can sleep with their mother. You know, you asking somebody that, okay, which of the sin is the one that you think is the greatest? To commit adultery, or to take intoxicant, or to murder. Alcohol consumption, intoxicant consumption is the greater of them. Why is it the greatest? The man who can stay away from committing adultery and can stay away from committing murder, by the time they consume intoxicant, they can do any of this. To the extent that one who is under the influence of intoxication can sleep with their mother, they can commit incest. They can go to any length because they are not in their senses. So how about you having for example, a medical doctor that wants to attend to a patient being under the influence of intoxicant? You have an engineer that wants to do the computation of what you need to be able to give you something that that's going to be durable, an edifice that will be solid, and is under the influence of intoxicant. Because some people just think that consumption of intoxicant is normal with life. It's a way of flexing. It's a way of maximizing your enjoyment of life. But it is not true. You are harming yourself. You are harming others. So this is why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala prohibited it. There is connection with between consumption of intoxicant and the crime rate in society, no doubt. Those you are calling bandits, those you are calling Boko Haram, many of them, they consume these substances. Now,
Prof, is there any punishment under the Sharia? And what's the punishment under the Sharia for consumption of intoxicants? And then some of the students now take different substances. I want you are a professor in the University of Benin. So you must have had some experience concerning what I'm talking about. Can you please advise the viewers and the students of the need to abstain from intoxicants?
Well, from Islamic point of view, if one is known to have taken any form of intoxicant, the person should be given 80 strokes of the cane. Yes. Now, aside that, for our youths today, generally, students and other people that belong to the category of those that we call youth, even the adults, everyone supposed to go away from any act of intoxicant. There are nowadays different forms. The ones that we are used to know are the normal alcohol, whether the brewed one or the local one we call kai kai, and the ones that they sniff, under which you have cocaine, you have heroin, and those that you also consume orally, under which you have, the ones that you smoke. Marijuana is one of them, and there are nowadays, you have sophisticated marijuana that they have laced with other chemicals in order to be more potent than the ordinary one. And people also use marijuana in order to cook rice or cook beans. And apart from that, some eat it raw. All these are various forms through which people consume them. And some go to the extent of taking some other drugs like codeine, which in the medical circle is used in order to cure heart cough. And people have abused it. They take it excessively, and it deadens the cells, it deadens the senses. And not only this, there are so many other ones that people take in one form or another. Some even go to the extent of mixing some of these drugs with yogurt. And after taking them, there is this one they call the tramadol. Even there is another one more potent than tramadol, that after taking it, the person may be rolling inside the mud. The person will lose senses, and there are so many of them that people take. We have to go away from them, because the moment you take them, the individual becomes useless to himself and becomes a permanent problem to the entire society.
Thank you very much. Viewers, this is what we can take today on the program Message of Islam. The topic discussed: Islamic ruling on intoxicants. Intoxicants include tramadol, codeine, marijuana, heroin, cocaine, whatever can affect your mental health is forbidden completely in Islam, and it's also sinful. When you have consumed them, you cannot approach your salat. And the punishment in Islam was even 40 strokes of the cane before it was reduced to 80 strokes of the cane at the time of Umar bin al-Khattab. Close to 100 strokes of the cane, which is punishment for fornication. Thanks for coming, Professor Bunyamin Aide, and thanks for coming, Ustaz Sani Abdulhafiz. And your uncle, Al-Ajj Alamin Alao. Viewers abstain completely from intoxicants. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Wow, Kayame, Keruleo, Coco Banedo. I walk again at your wow, Kayame, Keruleo.
Omonomba Nedo, Ukwakbalokbolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omoni Hwoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom was showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewa II engaged the floor to perform during Ugie Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka Royal Drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the event. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned, spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps.
certainly the best.
It's always an exciting time to have you join us on the program Heritage with yours sincerely, Oluije Oyihohai. Now, today on Heritage, we're taking a trip down to Namibia to go see what they have for us. Now, Namibia has a population of 2.8 million people and they gained their independence from South Africa 1990. Yes, that is history for you today on Heritage. Now, with yours sincerely, Oluije Oyihohai, we will be taking a trip, yes, down to Namibia. Let's go see the special dance they have for us. Don't go nowhere, don't touch the dial.
This is the special Tumpahoki dance of the people of Northern Namibia. These people are associated with the Kavango region of Namibia. The Tumpahoki Cultural Dancing Group is a group of students based in Namibia that performed traditional dances. This group is active in bringing vibrancy to cultural heritage of the people of Namibia, especially during weddings, particularly in the northern Namibia.
Wapunga doku pakunan ni kapja kumanela.
Napenda kunua mema. Dati yetu asama kaira ira.
The performance is characterized by a frenetic, shaking and highly agile dance style where the dancers uses the seats to move rapidly. The dancers interact with musicians and the crowd, sometimes chasing other performances who are acting out of fear or bravado. The Tupuhuking dance, the dancers are driven by intense drumming and singing that motivated them to perform to the ultimate expected of them.
Hey!
kita waktu menentukan kata. Lain kata. Yang mana pilih yang kita pilih.
sure it certainly has been an exciting time today on Heritage, all the way from Namibia. Yes, it has a population of 2.8 million people. Yes, that is history for you. Now, till we'll be seen again next week for another exciting time. Do have yourself a blessed day and an exciting week ahead of you. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Oba Tope.
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
ITV, certainly the best.
All right, guys, it's another lovely Monday evening, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join me on yet another amazing episode of your #1 rendezvous for guys on television, and that's none other than the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, reaching you live from the City of Bronze. Yep, I love to call it the city where the king is truly king. Now, for starters, the Guys Hangout Show is one show that teaches men to prioritize themselves, to put themselves first, to take very good care of themselves, and to invest in themselves. Only that way can they invest in others. There's a whole lot that's expected of men out there, right? As a man, you are, in fact, like some adages would say, the moment you are born as a man, the world is on your shoulders. So you can't afford to fail, because if you fail, it means that you have failed everyone around you. So basically, it's not easy being a man. My name is Harry Aigboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to say welcome on board once again. Now, I'm not alone. I've got an amazing gentleman with me, and together, we're going to be taking a look at a very, very interesting conversation today. Now, he goes by the name of Michael Imagbejian. It's good to have you in the house, Michael.
Thank you very much. It's a privilege to be here again.
Absolutely. It's been a while. I mean.
Yeah. A bit of work. I've been swamped at work, so only one or two things,
So how's it been, though?
It's been great. It's been great. We have to make ends meet.
Definitely. I mean, it's all part of what I said earlier, that, as a man, a whole lot is expected of you, so you can't afford not to, live up to expectations.
Of course, yeah. In this rigid economy, you have to be rigid.
You've got to be rigid.
Of course, yeah.
When times get hard, you go harder.
Of course.
All right, welcome on board.
Thank you.
Now, so we're taking a look at a very important discourse tonight, all right? It's something that has to do with love, lust, and obsession. Okay, now as distinct as these three words are, there seems to be some sort of similarities between them. They are as similar as they are different. For example, love is defined by so many persons in so many ways. So if you ask like 5 persons to define love, for instance, there's a tendency that their definitions are going to differ. So, love is something that is based on people's experiences. So how I will define love is probably different from how you will define it. So if you were asked to define love, for instance, how would you define it?
Yeah, thank you very much. Love is actually a very, very important thing, all right? And over the years, the word love has been bastardized by different persons. And I will want to define love as putting someone else's needs before yours, all right? So I want to make use of an example of a mother. Now, if a mother, maybe a child is ravenous and the mother is ravenous to you're hungry. See, if the mother has 500 naira, the mother will want to spend it on the child. That's because the mother loves the child. They want the love. That's what they call the love, because the child needs to come before the mother. That's the example of love.
Okay.
You get. So it has to be putting somebody. Doesn't mean you have to kill yourself. Oh no. You get my point.
Okay.
So it has to be, you just have to consider the person first. Most of the things that you think about, the person comes first. Now maybe as a guy, you want to venture into business, you think about the lady. Join me, let's think, let's meet minds.
Let's rub minds,
yeah. Let's meet minds, you get. So that person's needs have to come before yours. Even if you are going to a job or particular thing, you have to consider the person. Will it affect this my partner?
Okay.
Will all my attention not be sold into this my job? So that's just the most of the concept about love.
So in other words, love is putting someone else's needs before yours.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so let's take a look at the next word in this context. How would you define lust?
All right. I think the word lust is actually ambiguous.
Okay.
Yeah. In the relationship context, lust will be taken or carried away by what you see.
Okay.
What you hear.
Being physically attracted to someone.
Physically attracted to what you see.
Okay.
Like most guys today, they are moved by voluptuous ladies. They are moved by voluptuous ladies. They're not actually moved by, they just want to show off. They want to showcase that this is the person I'm with. There's this phrase or this cliche that people normally use now. They want everybody to comment God when in their post.
Okay. So they're looking for trophy women.
Of course. You understand? So this is that voluptuous lady. They want to. So they sometimes confuse that thing for love. most of the time they want to always call the person, they want to always see the person, they want to always go out to the person to showcase. It's not actually love.
Okay.
You get it, they just move by this
by the person's appearance.
Of course, not actually what they feel.
Okay.
You understand what they feel from the heart.
Okay.
Just what they are moved by the physical stuff, by the flesh.
Okay.
You understand? So that's just it, basically.
And then of course there's the third one, which is obsession.
Obsession.
You know, obsession is often mistaken for love, right? This is because when someone is obsessed, for instance, they tend to go the extra mile to do certain things that might suggest that they are actually acting in that person's favor. Yeah. But when you take a look at the extremes of those things that they're doing, you get to realize that it's really not love after all.
Of course, yeah.
That, you know, there's something else that's driving them. There's another driving force entirely. Yeah. So how do you know when someone is obsessed and not in love?
All right. You know, this obsession thing is I don't know the pull right now, but many persons are upset, but they actually think they're in love.
Okay.
All right. Now, for example, now most people in relationship, they don't want to give the partner breathing space. That definitely does not love.
They're obsessed.
They're crazily obsessed.
Okay.
Now, if you actually love someone, sometimes you want to give the person breathing space so the person can be happy. Okay, I'm at work and you keep calling me and you keep saying that person's voice I hear is that not the female voice that I hear. That will lead to jeopardy. That's not love. You're pushing me to the wall.
Okay.
You want to make me go crazy. I will not be happy. And in love, you have to be happy. There has to be a certain great amount of happiness. But this one, you are pushing me to the wall. I'll fall into melancholy. I'll start thinking like, okay, let me do what to please this person. You know, I want to please this person. Then it becomes bogus life.
So the person begins to walk on eggshells.
You understand? So I begin to live this kind of bogus life. I'll start pretending to please you. And of course, I won't be happy internally.
And you won't be yourself.
I won't be myself. I will not be pretending when you are there. And that's not really love. Love is just, I just have to be free. I can do nothing things where you are. And you like me like that. You get?
Okay.
So that obsession now comes with extremity. You understand? That's what I put it.
Okay, now we've seen several cases of men who went as far as inflicting bodily harm on, you know, people they claim to be in love with. Yeah. You see guys who are in relationships and you begin to hear stories of them, you know, like I saw a particular video, for instance, on Facebook of a guy who stabbed his girlfriend in the belly and she was in the pool of her blood, right? I don't know what happened between them. I think the girl also harmed him somehow because both of them were bleeding profusely, right? Now, news has it that it was on account of something that happened between them. It was on account of, you know, the guy suspecting her of having an affair with someone else. Now, some persons have also argued that it is way better to just call it quits if you can no longer, you know, tolerate certain things, rather than going as far as inflicting bodily harm. Now, wouldn't you consider that an act of obsession?
Yeah, that would be a wonderful example of obsession.
Okay.
Yeah. See, the person that you love, you don't want to see them hurt. Or you don't want to see them hurt psychologically, emotionally, physically. In fact, if you love a flower, most of the time, let me use that particular Chinese phrase. If you love a flower, you don't pluck it and eat it. You keep watering it.
Okay.
Now, if you love someone,
so you want to watch it grow.
You just want to watch it grow. You want to keep that. You want to see it blossom. You won't hurt them. You do everything. You be their vigilante. You want to protect them at all costs. So going the extreme to want to hurt someone, that's not love. But love will not push you. In fact, love will stop you from hurting the ones you claim to love.
Okay, but some persons have also argued that first off, that's the example I just gave is an offshoot of jealousy or insecurity, right? And then there are people who will argue that jealousy is a sign of love. That it takes someone who loves you to be jealous over you.
All right. Okay.
What's your take on that?
Let me step into that.
Okay.
They said, I think there's this disparity between jealousy and insecurity.
Okay.
Jealousy is angry or sad. Somebody have what you want. Insecurity is you are scared to lose what you have.
Okay, then there's also the dimension of jealousy that suggests that, you know, you might be scared of losing someone. For example, you're in a relationship with someone and you are scared that the person you're with might be giving attention to someone else, which might lead to you losing that person to the other person.
That's what I'm saying right now.
Okay, so you think that is not jealousy?
No. See, if I'm feeling insecure, I'm afraid that they want to come and steal something from me. The jealousy, like the denotative meaning of jealousy is like you're angry or sad that somebody have what you want.
Okay.
This your partner is already yours.
Okay.
There's no need to be angry or sad for that. But insecurity is you are scared to lose what you have. So people actually misconstrue both of them. You understand?
Okay.
You understand? That's what the concept about it.
Now, we've seen people who claim to be in love, but if you tell them, okay, for example, there are some ladies that will tell you that, say, some guys cannot stand a sexless relationship, right? And then the moment you tell some guys that, see, there's no sex in this relationship, we're just going to keep it, casual, keep it as platonic as possible. And then they'll tell you, no, it can't work. Now, how can such guys claim to be in love? Do you think that's love? Do you think love is possible without coupling, without sex?
Yeah.
Because we're looking at this now as regards, the lost part. This is like a tripod: love, lust, and obsession. So I want us to look at it holistically. So do you think it's possible for someone to be in love without being lustful?
Yes, thank you very much. That is very, very, very possible. In fact, I think it's more healthy not to have sex, especially in this period, not to have sex in a relationship.
Okay.
Because most times right now, you see some guys, they get tired of the relationship when the sex becomes too much. Before you know it, they want to look elsewhere for fresher meat. You understand? So it's actually possible.
Do you by any means are you by any means referring to over familiarity?
Yeah, over familiarity.
So you get too familiar with it.
Yes. Sometimes maturity comes in. Maturity. What is that? Let's have a talk, right? Let's have a tete-a-tete. Like, what should we and what should we not do? See, if the girl says she doesn't want, that's when the love comes in. You have to respect it because it's not bad for her to reject sex. She says she wants to keep it for you. As a responsible man, you should applaud her.
Okay.
And do your level best to protecting that stuff, protecting everything about it.
Knowing very well that it's still going to be yours in the long run.
Yours for eternity. So you don't have to rush. That's where the love comes in. So most of the time, love brings in understanding. No matter how crazy somebody can be, it brings in understanding. Sometimes that love for that yourself, or you get to do it, maybe
against her will.
Eventually, yes. You will hurt her, and somebody that you love, you can't hurt the person. So that's where maturity comes in. So that maturity there have to be this agreement, this consensus that we don't want this particular thing now because, well, it's not actually a need. It's not actually a basic thing that we need right now.
Okay.
Because it's just like a flash before it's gone. Sex ends once it ends in bed. It doesn't continue. The feeling is ethereal. We know that.
Okay.
But it's just, how do I put it? It's ephemeral. It's just lasting for a very short time.
Okay.
So it's not something that prolongs. So if you really, really love the person, you want to see reasons why the person say, I don't want, and I'm not keeping it for you. That's better. As a man with sagacity, you need to understand that, I'm good with it.
Okay.
You get, and you flow with it, and you see everything going smoothly. Understand?
All right, thank you very much. Just in case you're just joining us, it's the Guys Hangout show on Independent Television, and tonight we're taking a look at love, lust, and obsession. Now, it's a very interesting topic because, like I said in the opening, these three concepts are closely knitted. They are closely related, and if care is not taken, there's a tendency for you to get them mixed up, right? But they are, three distinct concepts. All right, now, Mike.
Yep.
You said earlier, just before I interrupted you, that there are people who feel entitled to a woman's body. There are guys who believe, just because they're in a relationship with a lady, they should have unfettered access to her body. Now, if you tell them what you just said, that they have to respect a woman's decision to keep herself till marriage, they will also tell you that, well, at least I'm taking care of her. Does that also mean that I should withdraw my finances or do you understand? What do you make of that kind of notion?
All right, that's a poorer mentality. A man that has future plans for a lady and matured upstairs, we don't want to do that. First of all, I don't think she forced you into spending for her.
Okay.
It was out of willingness.
But we've also seen situations where a lady would, gaslight or manipulate a man into spending for her. Some of them don't outrightly ask.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
You understand? I mean, Valentine just, came to an end. And of course, you know what that means. A lot of guys were under intense pressure, to live up to certain expectations, like, buying gifts, sending money, taking care of her and all of that. Some of these ladies don't outrightly ask.
Yeah.
All they do is just complain and tell you, oh, I need to make my hair.
Begin to compare you with.
Do you understand? And begin to, in fact, some of them will even tell you about their friends and what their friends' boyfriends are doing for them.
Guess what? Do you know that my friend Benedicta, the boyfriend,
exactly,
indirect.
So exactly. So some guys see that as an indirect mode of making demands or making requests. What do you make of that?
All right. If you don't have, let the person know you don't have.
Okay.
That's where it comes. In the outset of the relationship, you should know you want to get, to this thing with, the person, this extravagant person, this person is spendthrift. Only want to ask you for money and everything. It's not the kind of person you are with.
You're dealing with, okay.
When at the outset of the relationship, you knew that this is the kind of person that he is, and you went eventually.
So you're saying that guys should take their time to vet,
of course,
ladies that they are getting involved with.
Them, but not for too long.
Okay.
You don't be too long. And study them, know the kind of person you are with. Okay. Some of them can just change up their colors that camouflage.
And surprises relationship.
Okay. Understand? So the truth of the matter is that most of these guys, they don't force you. See, if you know your pocket, go along with your pockets. You don't have to kill yourself. If a guy dies because of a girl, another guy will follow.
Continue from where he stopped.
Not just that, another guy will follow her to your burial. That's the painful part of it. So you don't have to die for a lady. Do the way your pockets can
cut your coat according to your cloth.
Of course, according to your cloth. You understand? So just do the way you think you do. Don't go beyond that. Don't go beyond to please. Human wants are insatiable. You can borrow 1 billion for her. She will still go for somebody that will give out 5 million. So just do your level best and leave the rest. Understand? So a mature lady will understand.
A mature lady, of course. I think that's very key, because the sad thing is, a lot of, just like you said, a lot of guys do not take their time to study the kind of ladies that they're getting involved with.
Moved by what they saw. Let me just go into bit later. We'll begin to understand ourselves. Sometimes predicaments begin to come up,
and it begins to reveal people's true colors.
Good. That's when you not hear that. If I knew this how you were, I wouldn't have entered a relationship with. That's a pang. For people to hear. If I knew you were like this,
okay.
You knew from the outset. You just turned the blind eyes.
So you mean guys tend to ignore the red flags from the start?
They tend to, I beg, and this is the kind of person I want body-wise. Just enter, but later they begin to see some terrible things.
Surprises. Okay.
You understand?
Now, you said something earlier about the fear of losing, one's partner.
Yeah.
As one of the reasons why some guys do what they do, right? Now, do you also agree? Because some persons will tell you that, say, if you want to know if someone loves you, or if something belongs to you, or if you're a bird, I think there's an adage like that. Like, if you want to know if your bird is loyal to you, release it, let it fly away, right? If it comes back to you, then it's yours. But if it doesn't come back, then it means it was never yours in the first place. Do you think that rule also applies to relationships?
No, of course. Yeah, somebody that really loves you will not want to see you be alone. The person will wants to be with you. Not in the case of the obsession.
Okay.
He wants to be with you. He wants to ask about you. Like, he
wants to check up on you. Wants to know what's up with you.
I just want to know if you're okay. Oh, you're busy. All right. We can talk some other time. Maturity. So the person that really loves you want to stay in thick and in thin. No matter. See, the person that really loves you, if a problem arises, he won't threaten you with, I will just leave you. We'll break up. That's childishness. The person that really loves you will be like, okay, after the altercation, all right, it's okay. All right,
what's the way forward? Can we sort things out?
You know you were wrong. I'm wrong, actually. I'm sorry. But you know you were wrong, and I will not want that to repeat itself. Be a smooth relationship.
Okay.
Understand? So the person that really loves you will not want to leave or threaten you with, I'm going to leave, and the kind of stuff. Understand?
Now, how do you deal with this fear of losing a partner? Do you think it's a sign of insecurity? Or do you think it's a healthy feeling that anyone that's in love should have?
Yeah, but it should not be too extreme. Now, if I love my phone because it has so much content, I will not want to lose. I'll protect it with my life. In fact, when I bought the taxi, I always remove my pocket and hold it in my hand. That's because of the value I place on the phone.
Okay.
Now, if I'm afraid to lose someone, to me, is one of the peak of love. If I'm not afraid to lose you, it means
you don't love them.
No worth to me, and there's no love. I've gotten what I want from you, then you can go. But if I have this menial phobia to lose you, of course, it means that there is love. That's just the concept about it. So your partner must have this tiny fear, like this insecurity. It mustn't be jealous, because sometimes jealousy leads to something crazy. Your emotion will just get the better part of you, and you see yourself doing things that you are not actually or didn't plan for. So that tint of insecurity is actually good. It's actually a good sign. It's a green flag to me. So your partner must have this a little bit of fear, like of not wanting to lose you.
Of losing you. Okay. Now let's take a look at the concept of patience and perseverance, right? As regards love, as regards relationship. Do you think people of this generation are patient enough? Do you think they persevere enough? Because a lot of times you hear stories, or you hear people say stuff like, "See, I have zero tolerance for nonsense. If you misbehave, in fact, I can't even tolerate any drama from anybody." Like, everybody is just so quick to move on. So do you think that's healthy?
I think it's fearfully unhealthy. Because then, we're in the Gen Z era, whereby people just believe relationship now is more of sex. If you see some guys now, some guys can have their friend, you are very foolish for not sleeping with this girl till now. You understand? So that kind of particular pressure now, it hits on the guy or the girl. Or maybe a girl is not actually gaining so much from the guy. There's this pressure from the friends that you're not actually getting from this guy. Now, for the patience talks inside. Now, the patience there is not actually there anymore. They just see, most of the females want to make quick money. They just want to. They think that a relationship now is an asset. Is like a means of getting money. So if you're not,
it's a means to an end now.
Of course, like if you are working and you're not giving them, they keep giving you some signals. Like, see, I'm giving you from now till this particular period.
And if you can't live up to expectation,
I want to buy this Bone Street or Bone Bend, whatever. If you're not able to meet up to the time, I will quit. They will threaten you. And that guy will fall into depression or melancholy.
All right.
You understand?
Okay, thank you very much, Michael. I really wish we had more time to, expatiate on this. We really do have to go. I want to say a very big thank you to you for being a part of the show. We've been taking a look at love, lust, and obsession. Now, these three concepts are very, very related. But at the same time, they are different, they are distinct, okay? But here's the most important thing in all of this. Whatever you do, ensure that you do it in the spirit of love, right? See, there's a tendency for us to be selfish sometimes, right? We just get carried away by what we need and what we want, but it must not be at the expense of someone else, okay? Yes, we advocate that guys should prioritize themselves, but at the same time, you must understand that you do not exist in a vacuum. So whatever you do, put the interest of your partner into consideration. It's been the Guys Hangout Show on Independent Television. My name is Harry Igbo J, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, this is me saying, stay out of trouble and enjoy the rest of your night.
ITV, certainly the best.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion, 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osamui Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukbonwa Enes Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
ITV,
All right, welcome all of my external viewers. This is a new year, you know, the month is about to end, but our dreamers and doers, have you ever looked in the mirror and wondered, who am I really? And who could I become? What if I could just hit the refresh on my own life story? Well, today I will target Reinvent You on Flipside. On this show, we will do our best to move you from being stuck with the person you were yesterday. We're going to help you unlock your mindset shift. We're going to help you hack habits and make you dare to rewrite your own rules. So whether you're craving a career pivot or just a creative spark, or maybe you just want more joy in your daily grind, well, consider this your invitation to press play on your next chapter. If I were you, I'll just grab a book, open my mind, and turn my life around. This is not about New Year resolution. So today is going to be the most exciting project you will ever work on. Let's begin. We're going to be having Susan Dari all the way from Lagos. She's a wellness coach and a nutritionist, and she's going to be joining us via Zoom and taking us through this journey on self-development and reinventing. And of course, I'm your host on Flipside today. I'm Daisy Leah Sikidi. It's been a while you saw me on this show, but don't worry, I'm here for you today. Hello, Suzanne. Are you with us now? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hi. Happy New Year.
It's a pleasure to see you. Gosh, it's been a while. Happy New Year.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to just go right into our conversation and reinventing self, becoming a better person. People have gone beyond New Year resolutions. There was a recent research from Google that said the most 90% of the searches that were done this first 2 weeks of January this year on Google was about how to make money online, how to start up a business, and how to live a healthier life. So as regards compared to what it was in 2024, where the major of searches were about New Year resolutions. So people are moving beyond all of these resolutions to reinventing self, becoming a better person. So is it important to rejig one's life from time to time? And what's the biggest myth about personal transformation that people need to stop believing this year? We'll start from there.
All right. So the first thing is realizing that you can actually reinvent your life at any point in time. You know, there is no limit or there is no end to growth. There's no end to reinventing your life, picking yourself from wherever it is that you have found yourself. Because there are times where you make certain life decisions that sometimes puts you steps back. But the truth is you can reinvent your life. Now, people have this idea that when you get to a particular age, you know, you can't do anything anymore. People have very funny ideologies about how that, you know, life is only good when you are in your prime or in that young part of your life. But the truth is, whether you are you are 25, whether you are 30, whether you are 35, whether you are 55, you can reinvent your life. Now, the year has started, you know, the whole New Year goals thing, you know, personal assessment, wanting to, you know, hit the things that you have written down. But the truth is this, whether you have it all figured out or not, you can reinvent your life. You can submit yourself to growth. And the truth is this, there is no end to this journey, except you are dead. As long as you are alive, you can pick up yourself from wherever. We have inventors, you know, in our world today who did the same thing at 55. You see, they invented this at 80, at 70, at 65. It's knowing that youthfulness, it's not an age thing. So whether you are 55, you can pick up yourself, you can do anything, you can become anything. The most important thing is that you will submit yourself to growth. You will submit yourself to the work of reinventing yourself. So wherever it is you are right now, in this new year, whether you are at the energy level you use to start the year, whatever. Your dreams are valid, your goals are valid, growth is possible, but you have to be very intentional about see to it that you don't give yourself away, you don't give up. You don't tell yourself, oh, it's over, I'm done for. No, you tell yourself this is possible and you will submit yourself to the process. Thank you.
So, the biggest myth is putting yourself in that box that you're too old, you know, or the time is not right. I get that. Now, what's the most common obstacle people will face when they're trying to transform their life? And I would want you to also shed light on how they can overcome such obstacle.
Okay. Now, one of the biggest obstacles you're going to have is the obstacle of the mind. Now, let me tell you something. Your mind is the gateway to anything you're ever going to become in your life. If you feel like you are not in that space where you can achieve anything, see, even if we give you all the money in the world, people feel like money is what they need to transform their lives. But that's not true. If your mind doesn't align with where you are going to, what you want to become, even if we give you all the money in the world, you still will not achieve those things. So you have to change your pictures. You have to change the things that you see about yourself. You have to change the things that you say about yourself. You have to tell yourself that this is possible. So one obstacle you are going to face is your pictures, your vision, your mind. Those limiting thoughts, those self-sabotaging thoughts that tell you you are too old for this. Oh, maybe you tried last year. If one of the things you are going to face this year is the failure of last year goals, that tells you that maybe you tried last year, you tried your best, but nothing came out of it. Maybe you even wrote 10 goals down, you only achieved 1. And then it becomes discouraging where you just tell yourself, this thing is not possible, let me just rest. But you see, no matter what happened last year, a new year gives you another opportunity to start again. So every day you wake up, no matter the failure you saw yesterday or last year or last month or last week, you have the opportunity to start again. Because if you don't deal with those self-sabotaging beliefs, those self-sabotaging thoughts, those things that want to keep you captive, you will try and try and try. You won't achieve the things you have set for yourself. So you have to tell yourself, no matter where I am right now, it is possible. You need to change your mind, because if you don't change your pictures, money won't save you. Because people have that idea that I need capital, I need money, I need resources. But you see, you will shrink what you have to the degree of your thoughts. You will shrink what you have to the degree your mind can carry. So if your mind can carry those big pictures, if your mind can carry the things that you truly want to see, even if we give you all the resources, it will crash. It is why you see people who win lotteries. They just hit one jackpot of 10 million, 20 million. And in another 1 year, they are poor again. They are broke again. Because their pictures, their thoughts, can't carry what they have achieved. So even if we put you in a pool of money, if your thoughts on your mind and those beliefs about yourself doesn't change, nothing will happen. So one of the issues you're going to deal with this year is change your mind, change your thoughts. See yourself as you want to become. So this year, oh, I want to 10x my resources. Oh, I want to get this. I want to work in this kind of place. You need to carry yourself like someone who's going to work there. With the way you currently talk, with the way you currently walk, with the way you currently think, do you think you have the ability to become that person? If you keep thinking like this, if you keep talking like this, if you keep acting like this, so if you don't change your thoughts, change how you see yourself, change how you carry yourself, nothing will change.
All right, a very big thank you to you, Suzanne. We're still on this conversation, but we are going to go on a break right now. When we come back, we have several more questions to ask you, so please just stay with us. We'll be back. right, welcome back. We're talking about reinventing yourself. We're talking about self-development on Flipside today. The month is about to end, but we still have 11 more months before we call 2026 a wrap. What are you going to look back on at the end of the year to say, okay, this was where I was when 2026 started, but this is where I am now. Now, that's what we're trying to help you do. We're going to help you rejig your life. Well, Susan Dari from Lagos, a wellness coach, a nutritionist, a life coach, and she's such an expert in the field, but somehow we were able to plead and drag her on board today to put us through this journey, and I'm so appreciative of the fact that she could be with us right now. So Susan, you have several clients. I have seen several of your works online and I see the comments. You have several clients, but how do you help some of these your clients identify their values, their core values? How do you help them align with their goals? How can we align with our goals?
Okay, so now it depends on what exactly you are looking at. It depends on what, so I'm going to streamline it down to health, for example. So for someone who needs to lose weight, for someone who needs to, shred a little, sometimes these people don't even know the dangers of, they are being overweight. So my job is to show them that, see, losing weight is not aesthetics alone. Of course, there's the aesthetic part. When you lose weight, you look good, you look the part. But the truth is, it's the health implication of not losing weight. Your blood pressure will go up, your blood cholesterol will go up, your blood sugar will go up. You are going to be unfit, you're going to be unwell, you're going to have different health problems. So I present them what's not if they don't do what is required of them. Now, this also applies to everybody I get to talk to around life issues. Now, if you don't take on the journey to change your life, to reinvent yourself, to grow, you will put yourself in a self-sabotaging lane. You see, whether or not you admit or you want to say yes to it, you are getting old. We're growing old. This is 2026. There was a time where we should say in 10 years' time, in 15 years' time. 15 years' time is where we are currently. And I tell you, we will wake up one morning, we are in 2030. Time is going and time is of essence. Time is all we have for the kind of change we want to see in our lives. So if you don't see it, that if I don't take on this journey to change my life, I'll be stuck with the old. Now, so the truth is this, the better part of you is on the other side of hard work. The better part of you is on the other side of discipline. The better part of you is on the other side of the work you are avoiding. And many times people don't commit to these things because of it. It's work. For example, I go to the gym every week. I know what it feels like to drag myself. My gym is not close to my house, but I have to go. I have to show up. The pain and the body pain, everything, because I know it's my health. You see, that's hard work. So you don't see me say, Susan, you look good. I love how you look. It did not come by chance. The growth you seek, the progress you seek doesn't come by chance. It is on the other side of hard work. You have to commit yourself to the growth process. So if you don't see it as, my life depends on this, I need to make progress, I need to grow, I need to be better, I need to leave the level I am, you will not see what will happen if you give yourself to it. Why not tell yourself in 2026, I'm going to give myself 6 months. 6 months to turn my finances around. I'm going to give myself 6 months. 6 months to change my health. I'm going to give myself 6 months. 6 months to become a better person. You see, it doesn't happen by chance. You have to be intentional about that process, knowing that it will not fall on your lap. Growth is painful. Growth is boring. Growth is tiring. But you will commit to the process. That no matter what it takes, I want to grow. and you will give yourself to the discipline, you give yourself to the hard work, you give yourself to the night of reading, the night of studying, the courses you have to take, the people you have to meet, the conferences you have to go for, the classes you have to go for. The growth you seek is not going to fall on your lap. Oh, I want to be this person. Oh, I want to be that person. You have to commit to it. It's a who you will become now and in June is on the other side of hard work and discipline. So let me wrap. And that decision is yours to make. So if you want to become the person you say you want to be in June, you have to now give yourself to the work it requires.
Yeah. All right, that's so beautiful, and that's a lot. I feel spoken to. But I would also want you to give some tips before we go for a second break, some practical tips on how we can begin to set out those journeys and, you know, start this personal transformation journey. We have made the decision now that within 6 months we're going to change our lives. We're going to eat healthier persons. We're going to weigh certain kg. We're going to make a certain sum. We're going to start a channel. We're going to do this. We're going to go back to school. Well, what are some extra practical tips that we need beyond just being motivated to get this done, if you can share?
So number one is realizing that you will do everything required of you. It's not sweet. It's not interesting, because people, people sometimes want it easier, and it doesn't come easier, because you are in a world where you will have different distractions, you will have oppositions. Let's not talk about the people that we think, why do you think you should be here? People who think that you are not qualified for this. People will discourage you. You have to prepare your heart for the discouragement. Some people will discourage you. Some people will tell you, you too do jare. Must you do this one? Must you go to the gym? Must you get this one? Must you do that? There will be people who will discourage you. And those are the things you have to be ready to face. Face and fight discouragement. Face and fight opposition. Face and fight your own self. Because sometimes you are your own problem. You have all the excuses. You have to kill excuses. Because let me tell you this, you will always have good enough excuses to fail. Good enough excuses to not go to the gym, to not take up the class, to not go back to school. In fact, you have valid, and let me tell you something, there can be very valid reasons why it's not possible. It is you who will decide that no matter what is facing me, I want to achieve this. I want to become this person of value. I want to become this graduate. I want to write my book. I want to release my song. I want to release my channel. I want to start podcasts. You will find all the good enough excuse, all the limiting factors, all the obstacles. You have to tell yourself, you see, whether what faith you should have in 2026. And I'm telling myself, they will give you reasons why you should fail. It is you who tell yourself, I can stand alone. This year, I must transform my life. This year, I must become this person I should be. This year, I want to be this. I want to be that. You will burn the midnight candle. Sometimes you have to use your own money to start out. You see, there are many things you will do in your life. People will meet you halfway. The investors will meet you halfway. The people who will help you will meet you halfway. It is you who will tell yourself, I must become this person. So fight all the obstacles, fight all the limiting factors, fight everything that will stand in your way. That by December 2026, you are an entirely different person. You see, your life can change in 1 year. I am a proponent, and I believe strongly that you can become an entirely different person, stronger, better, more equipped, more intelligent, more richer. You can be everything you have envisioned and dreamed in 1 year. All it takes is you telling yourself, I will give myself to the process of growth. That change is possible. Trust me, it is.
On the show, you need to believe in yourself, and then you begin to make the steps, the necessary sacrifice that is needed to achieve that goal. Nothing good comes free, nothing good comes easy. So are you ready to pay the price? All right, well, if you're not ready to pay the price, this conversation is not for you. But for those who are tired of where they are, those who are feeling stuck, who want to leave a particular level they've been in a long time, those who have not attained the level they desire, and they're like, okay, I did say in this year to this year I'll be here, and they're not there. This conversation is for people like that are ready to take a leap from where they are to where they should be. But we're going to go on a break on Flipside. We'll be back shortly, so stay tuned. Thank you so much. The program you're watching is Flipside, the other side of the news. So it's no longer news that this is a new year, but what is out at the back of the Happy New Year is what you make of the new year. And we're just doing our part on the show to ensure that you set the right goals and you achieve those goals that you set for yourself this year. I have a guest on the show today, and her name is Susan Dari, and she's a nutritionist, a wellness coach, a life coach, and also she's one of the biggest podcasters out there. She's always on social media live giving talks, and I think she even has one of those coming up on Instagram at 8 p.m. to talk about juices and snacks, you know, how to make healthy snacks and healthy juices, just coming right up. But for this conversation today, we're focusing on personal improvement and reinventing. All right, we've talked about a lot of things, a lot of aspects of it, but at this time, Susan Dari, I want you to help us, because there are times where you're trying to do better for yourself and it seems like everything has stalled. You've hit a plateau. You're no longer advancing beyond where you are. Or some other times you just meet some sort of challenge, stumbling block that seems like it's taking you back. You've gotten 10 steps ahead and it's like you're taking 5 more backwards. You know, when you get there, it can be very discouraging. So how would you advise people to handle setbacks or even failures on their transformation journeys? That's my question.
All right. So one of the things, you know, I think I said at the one of those questions that one of the things you're going to face is discouragement, you know, where it looks like it's boring, it's slow, you know, sometimes you put in for stuff, it doesn't work. Sometimes you encounter those kind of situations where it feels like you are taking steps backwards, or it looks like what you put out for did not work. You know, those things can happen. But one thing I'm going to tell you is this: don't be discouraged. Don't give up. You see, I was reading something somewhere about someone who tried out an experiment 999 times. Do you know what that means? In fact, 5 times gone, we're already tired. Someone tried something for 999 times. It failed. It was at the 1000th time it worked. And today we are enjoying the fruit of someone's not giving spirit, not giving up spirit, someone's resilience. You see, in this world, if you're going to amount to much, if you're going to achieve the things you want to achieve, if you're going to become the things you want, you have set your heart to become, then you have to have that spirit of resilience where no matter what you face, no matter how bad it becomes, no matter how it looks like, you will not give up. You will not quit. You will keep trying and trying until you get it. So that jam that you wrote last year that you failed, you have to apply again. You have to go back. You have to apply again. You applied for your visa to leave the country because you wanted to further your studies. Oh, I tried before, it failed. You will go back. Everything that you failed out at, you will go back. You will try again and again until it works, because it will work. It will work because you did not give up. There are many people tomorrow who will be grateful for your resilience. So there are times you're going to hit a plateau. You tried weight loss. You lost 10 kg, you gained 13. Your body your moves just got messed up. You will go back to that gym. You will sign up again and you will do it again. You see, you have to have that spirit that will always bounce back. No matter how bad it goes, no matter how it goes, you will tell yourself, I will not quit. I will not give up. You will go over and over again until it works. That is where you see the progress. Do not be discouraged. Go back again. Try again. Do it again until it works. Yeah.
Beautiful. All right, now let's talk about accountability. Now, what is the importance of accountability in personal transformation, and how can people build it into their journey?
All right. So in your journey, you will need people that will hold you accountable. You need accountability partners. You need mentors. You know, one of the things I would advise is when you are starting out a thing, go and have conversations with people who had it work. Now, you don't want to be in that place where you are talking. So this is the problem. You want to build a duplex. You don't talk to someone who has a hut or who has a bungalow. What you want to do, he has not attempted it. So most likely he may tell you, well, this thing you want to do is too much, or it's too big, or do you have the money? You understand? When you want to build a duplex, you talk to people who have built a skyscraper. You talk to people whose mind are stretched. You need 5 million for your business. You can't be talking to someone who has not made 100,000. Your mental frequency is not the same. So when it comes to accountability, you have to talk to someone who has gone through that road and has succeeded. That is the only way you will not face a certain kind of discouragement. So you need people that will remind you, have you gone to the gym today? People that will tell you, what are you doing for your business this week? People that will tell you, so how do you want to push what you are currently doing? People that will tell you, okay, so what's the plan? So what do you want to do? How do you want to go about it? You can't talk to small minds with your big visions. They will crumble it. So when you are selecting accountability partners or people who will hold you accountable, ensure that you are working with people who have done what you have done and have succeeded. People whose minds are not tinted with failure. Because there are people who are trying what you want to do, they failed. And somehow they got stuck. They did not move forward, but they move past it because their mind got stuck in failure. And so if you are going to succeed, you have to tell yourself that no matter who has failed on this road, I will go through it and I will do well. And I will succeed. And I will get the result that I'm looking for. So no matter what you're going through, have people that hold you accountable. And be sure and there are people who don't have small minds, people who will hold you to see that what you have written, what you have planned comes to pass. So you need accountability. You can't do it alone. You need people who will ensure, who will hold you, will pray for you, will support you, will encourage you. People who will make sure you don't quit. That if you say, I will not do it again, they will say, no, wait, we will not agree. They will make sure the things you are set your heart to do, you are able to accomplish them.
I have about 2 more questions before we'll go basically. And the first one is, okay, I heard someone talk about digital detox. I don't know if you've heard that word before, but that was the first time I was hearing it. We live in a digital era. People are making so much money with this digital era thing. The AI, people online, they're making things. But how do we handle these constant distractions that are also online. You know, you can say, let me just check someone on one of those social media platforms, say let's use TikTok for example, and then you see the video and about 3 more pops up, and then you just start scrolling. Before you check it, you've spent an hour 30 minutes laughing and giggling and getting nothing done. So how can we deal with, silence the noise of the whole digital distraction, and what are the daily, should I say, non-negotiable habits we should have? Maybe that will help. What are the non-negotiable habits we should imbibe in achieving all of this, should I say, results, to have mental clarity, to get our focus in check in this era of distractions?
Okay. You see, the truth is, these distractions will not leave. In fact, we live in a world now where sometimes you don't even know which one is AI and what is real. So you'll see all kinds of things pop up on your screen. In fact, the media was designed to distract you. They are making their money. So if you say, what then they should ban, they are all money-making channels. The person who made those blogs is making money from it. You are just the one who doesn't know how to manage your time. You're just the one who doesn't know how to maximize your own life to make sure that their distractions doesn't come in the way. So what you have to do, because the truth is, you need to know how to block off. You can't be on the internet 24/7. WhatsApp was designed for your distraction, because from one chat to another chat, you go on one reel, and the reels are getting more interesting. My goodness. Sometimes you just want to stay on someone's page, watching their videos, their content. You said you are going to sleep by 11 or by 10, and this is 4 a.m. in the night. You are still on that reel. You are still on that You are not left Instagram. Then the next thing, so let me just watch once. And you know, TikTok is so funny that one swipe, you are somewhere else entirely. And you go on and on. If you are not disciplined, to tell yourself, I need to study. I need to focus on my business. I need to write in my book. I need to do this content. I need to do, you see, it's not because you won't have steady distractions. It's that you have to come to that point where you can deliberately fight them. If you have to use Do Not Disturb, please, if you need to download apps, there are apps on the Play Store that can be blockers, notification blockers. That once you spend too much, some phones have those features where if you spend too much time on the phone, the app close up. If you have to do that, do that. If you have to tell someone, please, if you have to set alarms on your phone and tell you, close that phone right now, go and read. Go and drink water now. Go and write. If I do everything you can to fight the distractions. And you have to be as deliberate and disciplined as possible. If not, this year we end, you would have achieved nothing. All you would have done is that you watched 1,500 reels and no work was done. So if you are going to achieve your goals, then know how to deal and handle and whatever you can do to make sure distractions, social media distractions, do not choke you from achieving your goals. Yes.
Susan, we have just one more question before you give us your final words and advice to my diehard viewers that have been here from start to finish. All right, so the question I have right now is, you know, the line between contentment, self-improvement, and self-acceptance is a bit blurry. It's a bit complicated, you know. So how do we know when to strive for more and also know when to practice contentment? I'm just talking about this as regards even using money. There are those who are pursuing constant pursuit of more money, and they see those around them. It's a motivating factor. They want to get more. They want to get more. Before you know, they're already putting their hands and engaging themselves in all sorts of illegality just to make more money. And I'm not saying we shouldn't make more money, or even the let's say we want to gain weight. Oh, women that are a bit thick are the ones in vogue now, curvy women. And then you begin to take pills, you do these, you're squatting, and before you know it, you're motivated, you want to do more. You're even doing exercises that might end up hurting you. Okay, you want to lose weight, and then you have lost weight to the point you're now anorexic. I'm just saying there's a thin line between contentment and strive for more. So at what point should we say, okay, it's enough? How do we know that as you reach, so manage and fast, stop?
All right. No, this is a very, very delicate question and very important because we live in a world where people show off the things they've achieved. You go on the internet, you see some people's bodies, and you are like, my God, I like the way this woman looks. And you don't know the person went under the knife, and then you start taking stuff. You know, where you draw the line is where you have to ask yourself, what do I have to sacrifice to get to the other side? Now that is where you should know, am I on the other side of the divide or I'm already crossing the lines? What do I have to sacrifice to be on the other side? So you want to be in shape. Now you are now taking pills. Why? So it means that there is something you want to escape, which is discipline. And when do you stop? When your health begins to go overboard. You are now looking skinny. You are beginning to fall sick. Your immune system is going down. Now you can't keep food in your stomach. You have developed eating disorders, mental issues. You are going overboard. That is the right time to say, do you know what? I think what I'm looking for, I have crossed the lines. It's the same for everything in our lives. Even for money. When you now need to do what that goes against, you see, when it begins to go overboard is number one when it comes to money, is that now you are now trying to do illegitimate things to get the money. People's life will have to be destroyed. People's life will have to be lost. People will have to lose their livelihood, their resources to enrich you. You're going overboard. You now scheme, you now lie, you now manipulate, you now steal. You're going overboard. It's when it looks like you now have to do what you should not do. You are going overboard. Why do you have sleepless nights? You see, sometimes we preach contentment to poor people. And we forget that contentment is also for the rich. Contentment is also for the rich. So you who have enough, you also know when you are beginning to ask for more. Now there's nothing wrong in reaching for more. There's nothing wrong in striving to do more, to have more. But it should not be at the expense of your health, at the expense of your life, at the expense of your conscience, at the expense of your sanity, at the expense of your faith. When you have to sacrifice every moral, spiritual, mental, health compass to achieve the thing you want to do, you have crossed the line. So it's a thin line, because the truth is there are also some people who are who celebrate mediocrity. They say, I don't want to over push. Those ones are mediocres. But when it's within safe limits, you are not sacrificing anything more than it is meant. Of course, you have to sacrifice your time, but it's not that you can no longer sleep in pursuit of money. You have gone overboard. Now you can only 1 hour a day, 2 hours a day. If you slump today, the money you are trying to pursue, will you get it? The answer is no. This fit body, you have done surgery to enhance. Now you die on the theater table because you want to cut this part, remove this. What is the problem? You have gone to drink things, your kidneys are at risk. So you have to know, what exactly are you sacrificing to become on the other side of the divide? If you have to cross all the lines, it's not worth it. Yeah.
We're already at the end of the conversation, so if there's any last word you want to give concerning our topic today, a link you want to recommend, maybe a handle you want to give for people to follow, or maybe it's just a mentor you want to recommend to people, final words, just do that quickly so we can call it a wrap on the show.
All right. So on a final note, one thing I'm going to tell you is this, that there is no limit to who you can become, what you can achieve. You know, I listen to Vusi. You can check him on Instagram, Vusi. You know, and every time I listen to him, I see someone who has changed I want to use the word, the atmosphere when it comes to success. You know, mental shifts. 2026 has come. It's no longer is coming. It has come. And you know, you have to tell yourself, where do I want to be at the end of the year? It's your call. It's your decision. And you have to put in the work. Hard work, you know, we say things like, oh, I don't do hard work, I do soft work. It's as if you are a scammer. The truth is, we cannot over-explain, underestimate, talk about hard work. So this year, don't give up. No matter what you see, don't give up, don't quit, and be ready to reinvent yourself at any point. So whether you are at that point where you lost everything in your business, be determined to start again. Whether you are at that point where your marriage crashed, you don't know where to start from where you are. Your finances, your academics, your life, every single thing. 2026 is one whole year to change the course of your life. And don't forget to talk to God about your life. It is possible with the help of God that everything you have set your heart to achieve is possible. But I want to tell you, don't quit, don't be discouraged, and don't give up. It is possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne Dari, for being with us on Flipside today. I've learned a whole lot, and I know I have to start now. I shouldn't give up. There are several aspects of our lives that needs to be rejigged, you know, that needs reinventing. Just pick these principles that we've shared on the show today and apply it to them. You can do it collectively all at once, yeah, and you can decide to handle these issues individually, whichever works for you, whatever floats your boat. But make sure you are changing something this year. I'm Daisy Leo Asikidi. A big thank you for watching. Have a great day. Bye for now.
This is Anegbete community, situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is, the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
This is Akwa Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of famine. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin aqua seed. Ayo or aqua game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
RTV, certainly the best. RTV, certainly the best.
Our topic today on Woman to Woman is safety matters, drive like a queen. And we have somebody here who is going to be discussing with us. She is a passionate road safety advocate and National Public Enlightenment Officer, head of Celebrity Special Marshals in Nigeria, as well as the founder and president of On the Highway Africa. She has been instrumental in promoting road safety awareness and advocating for responsible driving practices. Her dedication to saving lives on the road has earned her numerous awards, recognition, and respect in the industry. With her tireless efforts, she continues to inspire a culture of safety and responsibility among road users in Nigeria and beyond. Hence, she is with me on the program, Woman to Woman. Please join me as we make welcome Julie Chi Unwauha. Hello, Julie. Julie is actually joining us from Lagos. Hello, Julie.
Hello, Adesoa. How are you today?
So happy to have you join us today on the program. So your resume is quite impressive and huge. Thank you for all you do on the road.
Thank you so
much. So today we want to talk about women on the road, how they can drive like queens, some of the things they can put into consideration while driving. Because when you see some women on the road, you feel very pity for them. And then you feel pity too for other road users. So my very first question to you this afternoon, Julie, is, are there anything special in a vehicle that is restricted to only the male? Or if there are other special features restricted to only women in a car?
No, absolutely no, none.
Okay.
It's a gender free.
Okay. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, now that you have said that, I'd like to ask you this other one, because we want to enlighten women on the road. Sometimes the way we drive gives room to question the driver's license we're holding. Now, what are the top distractions women drivers face and how can they avoid them? The top distractions that women drivers face on the road and how they can avoid these distractions.
Thank you very much, Adeshua, and I want to say a very big Happy New Year to all users. First and foremost, women drivers are expected to be the best drivers on the highway, but we find out that there's a lot engaging them when they are on wheels. First and foremost, one of the top distractions for women drivers are phone calls and notifications, especially the Gen Zs that want to be there always. You know, they want to have their phones on, they want to be responding to every call they receive or notification, especially those on social media. So this is a bad habit, and I think I believe they should stop it because they are constituting danger to both themselves and to other road users. Another thing that distracts women on the road is food. They want to eat something. They are grabbing something, grabbing a drink, grabbing something to eat. This is also a no-no when you are on the steering. When you're on the steering, you need total concentration because you are not driving only for yourself, you're also driving for the other road user. So you are expected to be very articulate at what you are doing and also be concentrating. Most times you see women driving with their children. Children are also another source of distraction for women on the highway and on the roads too. They tend to be tending to their children while driving, and in the process, anything can happen, you know. So that's another top distraction for women drivers. And something you won't even believe, women are applying makeup while driving. That's grooming, trying to apply makeup, lipstick, eye pencils, trying to look stylish, trying to like put on their hair, their all these are major distraction because they have not finished making up at home and they are rushing to the venue of whatever appointments they have, and they tend to be doing the remaining one on while they are driving. This is a no. So another one is when you have women driving and they are conversing with their other passengers. It's also a no. These are some of the ways that top distraction for women. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much, Julie. Now, let's deal with these issues that you've mentioned. You talked about breastfeeding while driving, eating while driving, conversing while driving, and the mother of all, applying makeup while driving. We're not talking about the passengers now, we're talking about the drivers. I've seen a couple of women try to look good while driving. You're driving, you're powdering your face, you're applying makeup, you're doing all of that. I see them a lot, okay? So how do we address these issues? What should be the best practice? A woman with a baby, your baby is crying, you need to breastfeed. That we know that, but must you breastfeed while you're driving? We have seen a couple of women like that, so many like that have lost count. They do that nearly every morning when they are rushing out or rushing to do school runs. So what should be the best practice when a woman is driving and you have the urge to make your face up, to breastfeed your child, to eat while you're driving, and you see that one of conversing, that parliament that is usually held inside a car, that one is crazy. So how do we address these issues?
Women drivers to pull over. They can pull over to the side of the road, especially a safe shoulder of the road to touch up your face, or to eat, or to breastfeed your baby, especially if the baby is crying. It's better for you to be safe and to be late to where you are going than to be late. That is one of the most essential for you as a mother, because you're also supposed to be protecting the people around you. Protect yourself, protect your baby, and protect the other road user. So that common practice of breastfeeding should stop. It's a total distraction for you as a mother, because if you are breastfeeding your baby, you'll be distracted and you are also an accident waiting to happen. So the best you can do, it won't take you time. It's just like a couple of some minutes, maybe 4 to 5. And you are done, and the baby will be okay, and you will be okay, and you continue your journey instead of constituting a stumbling block for other road users. In terms for makeup, of course you can. Just pull over, put on your lipstick, put on a dab of powder here and there, and when you get to your venue, you can go to the powder room and do the remaining one. It's better to be alive.
Okay. We're going to take a very short break now. When we come back, I'll be asking you other questions. Do stay tuned. We'll take that short break now.
ITV. ITV, certainly the best.
All right, thank you very much for staying tuned to the program Woman to Woman on Independent Television. And we are talking with Julie Chi Nwoha, a passionate road safety advocate and National Public Enlightenment Officer and head of Celebrity Special Marshals in Nigeria, as well as the founder and president of On the Highway Africa. And she has done so much to save lives on the road. And she's joining us from Lagos State. Okay, Julie, let's talk about safety for the women now. The first one I want to talk about is the issue of harassment on the road. Several times, some men are not, honestly, they are not friendly on the road, particularly when a woman is driving a fine car. They will make bad comments about that woman. They will badmouth the woman. And trust women, we will want to reply. Most of us will want to reply. And that few seconds of taking your attention away from the road, something may just happen. Something happens. Either you hit the vehicle in front of you, or you hit the pavement, or you hit a pedestrian, or something will just happen to create gridlock on the road. So how can we deal with all of this harassment, insults, and whatever on the road, particularly from the other gender?
that's more like a road rage. You know, trying to like have a fight on the road. When you are driving, expect anything, and you should, as a woman, be very tolerant of everyone on the highway, on the road when you drive. So I would like to advise my fellow women when they drive that when you have such kind of distraction, you do all you can to make sure that you control yourself. It has to do with control. It has to do with you being able to hold your grievance or anything that can distract you while you are driving, because you have a focus, and the focus is the destination of where you are going to. You don't look at any other one. It's even a distraction to your destination. So whenever you have such kind of road rage, what you do is to make sure that you appease the other fellow, no matter who is right or who is wrong. The bottom line is that you keep peace and allow peace to reign. Even when they bat your car. There was a particular time I just picked up a brand new vehicle from one of the automotive dealers in Lagos. We were just driving out right outside of that gate. A man bashed the vehicle, brand new, tear rubber. We were just driving out. The vehicle doesn't even have a number yet. We were yet to fix a number. And he bashed us. I looked at the man and I was like, what happened? He looked dejected, and from all indication, he was like very unhappy. I came down from the vehicle and asked him, what was the problem? Why did you do this? He started apologizing, and in the long run, I found out that he was a senior lecturer in one of the top universities in Nigeria, and he was having a bad day. Some people bring their bad days to the road. And such kind of bad days, and you're not supposed to be on the wheels at all. So I had to like, okay, where do we go from here? What do we do? Do you know he didn't even have the money to fix that vehicle? So that brings me to the issue of insurance.
Wow.
We have to like bring in insurance into such kind of matter, so that when there is a bash between two vehicles, you exchange your insurance, the policy, and then you could be taken care of, so that we'll not have someone as old as your grandfather lying down and begging you, and you will be looking at all that road user will be looking at you like, you are very wicked. This old man begging you, lying down. But begging me and lying down will not fix the vehicle. So insurance will help us fix the vehicle. And I tell you, we shouldn't bring our rage or our anger to the road. That will create a lot of chaos. And
that brings me to another question. Bringing anger to the road, you're fatigued, you're tired. There are some women, even when they are tired, they still want to drive. I don't know if it's a taste thing or the stubbornness in us. You're tired. You have not slept. You didn't have a good night rest. Yet you put your vehicle on the road to drive. And when anything happens, you direct your problem to village people. So how do we deal with this?
That's fatigue. Fatigue can significantly impair driving ability. You take a break, stay hydrated, and get enough rest to stay alert. You take water, go to a nearby, maybe a store or a supermarket, take walk for some few minutes, and then regain your energy, and then prioritize your life. Your life is very important to you. As a woman, as a man, as anyone that is standing behind the wheels on the highway, it is very necessary and very important that you put your life first, because it is when you are alive that you can drive.
Woman to woman, I'm not trying to draw you back, but I want to look at the position of the law. A woman who is driving and breastfeeding at the same time, driving with a child on her laps. It's not as if men don't do it, they do it. I see a lot of men who do that, but I'm particularly concerned about the women, because sometimes we may not be that fast to react to situation, because of that fear, that shock and all of that. Once an accident happens, the first thing a woman does is to scream, like those of you in Lagos, Mogbeo, that kind of a thing, and those of us in Benin here, So maybe because the woman will not be able to react very fast, those that carry babies on their lap, those who breastfeed, those who eat, in a bit to pick something from where you kept your food, just that few minutes of taking your eyes off the road, anything stupid can just happen. What is the position of the law on this issue?
You are not expected, the law stated it clearly, you are not expected to eat or drink or be distracted on the road while you are driving. Driving it a focus. It needs concentration. And if you are found eating or breastfeeding your baby while you are driving, it is punishable under the law. And if you are caught, you'll be taken to court, and the law will come after you. You cannot escape it. There's nothing like you are begging somebody, oh, Mogbe, or whatever, whatever exclamation you're going to make, you make it. But after your exclamation, you will still be taken to court for interrogation, and the law is going to come after you, and you will be either fined or, depending on the weight of what has happened, you may be going to prison for it.
But unfortunately, women still do it. Even with this enlightenment campaign that we're doing here, tomorrow you will find 4, 5, 6 women who will do this. And the issue of taking one way, beating traffic, and all of that. I don't know if some of us women keep part of our brains at home when we're driving. If somebody beats traffic, it's a woman. And there are some group of women who will stand right there in the middle of the road, buying stuff from the road. And when you talk, it's a problem. How do we deal with this? How do we sensitize women? How do we get into their heads to let them know that many of these things are wrong? Particularly if the woman is driving a fine car and that person is a Gen Z, believing that any traffic officers that come should be able to just stretch her hands and that will be okay.
I tell you, women are what would I call, I'm a woman, it's a special being. We are all special beings. We want to do all our shopping while we are sitting down on the steering. We want to buy vegetable, and we're not even prepared to park, some of us, not all of us. Some of us that don't have that kind of training, that kind of discipline, want to really do anything anyhow. Have you noticed that some women even hold their children to the road and they put their handbag at the other side? These are not even women that are driving. I'm talking about women that are walking on the road, taking their children to school. They put their children on the road and they put the handbag at the other side, protecting the handbag and leaving the child at the mercy of God. You know, when it comes to woman matter, it's a big thing. It's a big thing for us. It's a big thing for federal road safety, because we keep talking. And that's why you see the enlightenment is every day, every time. We just keep talking. Just like you said, the women look like they're stubborn. You ask, why will you stop me? Is it your car? It's my car. If I bash it, it's my car. I'll fix it. And then you now wonder, it's not only about your car or being bashed or that. It's for the other road user. That's why we are explaining this to you. I stop a lot of women asking them, oh, please, can you take your child to the back seat? Because a child under the age of 12 is not expected to sit in front of the vehicle. When you see these women, the child even want to sit in front of the vehicle. The mother is not aware of the age limitation that is hindering that child from sitting in the front of the vehicle. And they're just going, everything is fine. The woman is on her seatbelt, the child isn't on his seatbelt, making matter worse for a number of people, both themselves and the other road users. So we say, women, please allow this information of safety to reach you properly. Be disciplined. You are mothers. And even if you are not yet a mother, you are going to be a mother. Don't murder people on the road. Be a good mother. These are some of the things we keep saying every day. Like you see, and like you always comment on my social media handle. Every day I am talking. Every moment on the road, I am saying one thing or the other, talking to women, asking them, must you park beside the market road? Park properly, buy what you want to buy, put it in your car and go. Anything can happen when you are window shopping, while you are still in your vehicle and you are buying stuff. So we keep saying this and we will not stop saying it until there's going to be a law when those kind of people are caught. But I tell you, there's a law. It's just that sometimes we are a bit soft.
Is usually the problem.
On that area. We are a bit soft on that area, but it's not that we are soft. It's just that it's not. You just want to keep enlightening people. You want to educate people. You inform. You keep saying. You keep talking it, and that's why we are taking road safety down to the nursery, where you have children road safety advocates, so that when the child wants to sit in front of the vehicle, he or she by him or herself will tell you, oh no, until I'm 12 I cannot sit in front of any car. And when they are sitting behind, they are also expected to use their seat belts, because in the instance of eventuality, you can still be harmed. So it's always very necessary and very important for you as a road user, as a motorist, as a driver, whether you're a woman or a man, the vehicle doesn't know. You just know that someone is driving. And the way you drive that vehicle is to take you home or take you home. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah, I do. Just before we go, Julie, let me ask you this last question before we leave, because our time is really up. Now, a woman loses her tire on the road, or she gets a flat tire where she cannot get help. Is she expected to remain there or just walk away? Because most women have been robbed doing that.
A smart woman will know how to fix a tire. First and foremost, once you are prepared to drive a car, please learn how to fix a tire. If you cannot fix a tire, then make sure you have you check your vehicle every morning. It's very good. It's very, very essential for you to check your vehicle every day. Although the vehicle can develop a fault, but try and see that you are in a safe place. Make a call quickly for you to have a help. Not the one your car will break down and all you do is park your car and you walk away expecting your husband to come and pick it, or the mechanic. No, it is for you to look for available help immediately. Put on your seat caution, which is very important for you to have. Put a seat caution there, make a call, look around if you are going to find a organizer around there, and call the organizer.
In 30 seconds, what's your parting word for the woman?
For the woman, I will keep saying, and I will continue to say to everyone, that road safety is everybody's business.
Okay, thank you so much, Julie, for joining us on the program, Woman to Woman. We hope to do this again someday.
Why not? Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. All right, women, this is it for today. If you must drive, drive like a queen. Stay alive and keep other people alive. Be a mother, not a murderer. We'll see you again next week. Bye-bye.
This is ITV. Certainly the best. ITV. Certainly the best.
Abang tak baik. Oṣòdì aṣáájú ọbẹ̀ ọ̀dọ́pẹ́. Àyàbá sọ́kè ọbẹ̀ ọ̀dọ́pẹ́. Àdàyè àtọ́jú ọbẹ̀ ọ̀dọ́pẹ́. Ẹgbẹ̀júwà.
ITV, certainly the best.
and welcome. This is Business 360 right here on Independent Television. I am Anuluwapo Stevens. Now, on this edition, we kickstart by letting you know that ATM withdrawals surged to 36.3 trillion naira despite higher charges, CBN data show. So, cash withdrawals through automated teller machines, that's the ATM, surged sharply in the first half of 2025, underscoring Nigeria's continued dependence on physical cash, even after the Central Bank of Nigeria raised ATM charges. CBN data shows that Nigerians withdrew 36.34 trillion naira from ATMs between January and June 2025, almost 3 times the 12.21 trillion naira recorded in the same period last year. The increase came despite a revised fee regime introduced in March aimed at discouraging excessive cash usage. The rise was not limited to value alone. Transaction volumes climbed to 858.8 million withdrawals in the 6-month period, compared with 496.47 million a year earlier, an increase of nearly 73%. The figures show that higher charges had little effect on how frequently Nigerians accessed cash. Under the new CBN framework, customers withdrawing from another bank's ATM now pay 100 naira for every 20,000 naira withdrawn, while off-site ATMs attract additional charges of up to 500 naira per transaction. The Apex Bank said the review was driven by rising operational costs and the need to improve ATM efficiency. Now, despite the higher cost, withdrawals accelerated quarter by quarter. In the first quarter of 2025, ATM withdrawals totaled 15.97 trillion naira, nearly triple the 5.46 trillion naira recorded in the same quarter of 2024. The momentum strengthened further in the second quarter when withdrawals rose to 20.36 trillion naira compared with 6.75 trillion naira a year earlier. While monthly data show a steady climb across the period, withdrawals rose from 4.81 trillion naira in January to 5.4 trillion naira in February and 5.76 trillion naira in March. The upward trend continued in the second quarter, peaking at 7.44 trillion naira in May before easing slightly to 6.55 trillion naira in June. The sustained demand for cash has drawn criticism from labor unions, consumer groups, and some industry stakeholders. The Trade Union Congress described the fee hike as exploitative, while the Social Economic Rights and Accountability Project challenged the policy in court, arguing that it places an unfair burden on low-income earners. Some banking stakeholders, however, said the fee increase was inevitable, though concerns remain about its scale and timing given broader economic pressures. The persistence of ATM withdrawals contrasts with the growth of electronic payment channels, while point-of-sale transactions continued to dominate in absolute value, rising to 147.2 trillion naira in the first half of 2025. The pace of growth in ATM withdrawals was significantly faster. Well, it's interesting to see how, despite all of the wonderful, beautiful innovation the federal government, that's the CBN, actually is trying to introduce to reduce the usage of cash, Nigerians are still hell-bent on using cash for the daily transactions. Let's not forget we have that village woman in your community who has little or no idea of how the digital world really operates. So I guess that's one of the major reasons why we still have the monies churning in as regards cash transaction and cash transfers. Well, away from that, The federal government allocates below 1% of 2026 budget to fight poverty. Now, the federal government plans to spend about 206.5 billion naira on poverty alleviation related projects in the 2026 budget, an amount that represents far below 1% of the total 58.47 trillion naira spending proposal submitted to the National Assembly. A review of project-level data from the 2026 Appropriation Bill shows that all items directly targeted to poverty alleviation across ministries, departments, and agencies, as well as the service-wide vote, add up to 206.5 billion naira, when measured against the proposed total budget of 58.47 trillion naira. So this translates to about 0.35% of overall federal spending for the year, when compared with the capital budget of 23.21 trillion naira. The poverty-related envelope represents roughly 0.89%. The bulk of this allocation comes from the service-wide vote, where two major recurrent provisions under the National Poverty Reduction with Growth Strategy dominate the figures. The first is the National Poverty Reduction with Growth Strategy on the federal government commitment, including NSIP upscaling with a provision of 100 billion naira, while the second is the NPRGS recurrent allocation of another 100 billion naira. Together, they account for 200 billion naira, which is over 96% of the entire poverty alleviation envelope for 2026. So this means that without the service-wide vote entries, all MDAs combined account for only 6.5 billion naira in poverty-related projects. The Brother Communities Development Agency headquarters record 63 million naira across two projects targeted at the Zamfara North Senatorial District. Now, these include 28 million naira for poverty alleviation and empowerment for women in Zamfara North, and 35 million naira for poverty alleviation and empowerment in the same district. These are geographically focused interventions that make up a small fraction of the overall allocation. The Federal Ministry of Special Duties and Intergovernmental Affairs has 9.1 million naira for monitoring and evaluation of poverty alleviation programs, reflecting an administrative rather than direct intervention focus. So under the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security Headquarters, 140 million naira is allocated across two projects. The latter of the two is 105 million naira for the provision and supply of agricultural grains for poverty alleviation in Ekiti, Okero, Ofa, and Ife Lodun local government areas in Kwara South Senatorial District. The second is 35 million naira for the construction and rehabilitation of solar-powered and motorized boreholes, and for the provision of skills acquisition starter packs to youth and citizens across the 6 geopolitical zones. Together, they signal a mix of food distribution and basic infrastructure linked to poverty reduction. The National Center for Agricultural Mechanization in Ilori records 245 million naira, broken down as 105 million naira for the purchase and distribution of empowerment items to selected women and youth in Lagos, focused on the creative industry, and 140 million naira for capacity building and skill acquisition across 26 wards in Akinyele and Laglegu Federal Constituency in Oyo State. Oh my goodness. Now that is interestingly quite a lot, and we hope to see that this 1%, but below 1%, is really pretty small to fight poverty in Nigeria. But we hope to see a little bit of change in all of this moving forward in the year 2026. If you're just joining, you're on to Business 360 right here on Independent Television with me, Anwoluwakbo Stevens. We'll quickly take a short break, and when we return, I'll tell you what's going on with IMF raising Nigeria's 2026 growth rate forecast to 4.4%, and also NGX total market valuation jumps to 217.74 trillion naira mid-January 2026. All of this and more right after this break. Welcome back. Now let's talk about IMF. So IMF raises Nigeria's 2026 growth rate forecast to 4.4%. The International Monetary Fund has raised Nigeria's economic growth forecast for 2026 to 4.4%, up from its earlier projection of 4.2%. The revised outlook was published in the IMF January 2026 update of the World Economic Outlook and unveiled on Monday at its report official launch. The adjustment reflects the fund's growing optimism about Nigeria's medium-term prospects as reforms, fiscal coordination, and macroeconomic stability begin to gain traction, while also placing the country within a broader regional recovery narrative. So what does this report really say? The IMF's latest projections point to a modest but meaningful improvement in Nigeria's medium-term growth outlook relative to its previous assessment. Now, Nigeria's economy is now expected to grow by 4.4% in this year, 2026, compared with 4.2% forecast issued in October 2025. The IMF made no major changes to its near-term outlook, suggesting that the upgrade is driven largely by expectations beyond the immediate horizon. In sub-Saharan Africa, regional growth was revised upward from 4.0% to 4.1% for 2025, and from 4.3% to 4.4% for 2026, indicating a broadly shared recovery trend. So South Africa's growth outlook also improved slightly, with forecasts rising to 1.3% for 2025 and 1.4% for 2026, up from earlier projections. Overall, the data suggests that Nigeria's improved outlook is consistent with gradual but widespread economic strengthening across the region rather than an isolated revision. So here is the backstory on this interesting revelation. Nigeria's revised forecast builds on a period of significant economic adjustment marked by policy reforms and efforts to restore macroeconomic balance. In October 2025, World Economic Outlook, the IMF, had projected Nigeria's 2026 growth at 4.2%, reflecting lingering concerns around inflation, fiscal pressures, and structural constraints. Now, since then, policymakers have continued to pursue reforms aimed at strengthening fiscal coordination, stabilizing the macroeconomic environment, and improving productivity across key sectors. So the IMF has repeatedly emphasized the importance of structural reforms and driving sustainable growth across emerging and developing economies, including Nigeria. Now, the January 2026 revision suggests that the fund now sees a stronger payoff from these reforms effort over the medium term. Now, why does this even matter for Nigeria? The upward review of Nigeria's growth outlook carries important implications for policy makers, investors, and households. Away from that, let's see how the Naira did trade mid-January 2026. So NGX total market valuation jumps to 217.749 trillion naira mid-January 2026. Now, the Nigeria Exchange closed mid-January 2026 with a total capital market valuation of over 66.851 trillion naira, representing a 44.3% gain, and closing at 217.749 trillion naira. This is according to the latest data released by the Nigerian Exchange Limited at the close of business on Friday, January 16th. The NGX market capitalization, comprising equities, bonds, and ETFs, rose from 150.898 trillion naira as of December 31st, 2025, to close at 217.74 trillion naira on Friday, January 16th, 2025, reflecting 44.3% increase. Now, the increase is largely driven by equities and the exchange-traded funds segment, which have seen a remarkable appreciation in price evaluation across the various sector securities since January. Now, what the data is saying, let's talk about it. A comparative analysis of the data obtained by Nairametrics showed that the equity market segment recorded a sharp expansion, with market capitalization rising from 99.376 trillion naira to 166.13 trillion naira. This represents an increase of 66.75 trillion naira, translating to a 67.2% growth, indicating the equity segment as the main driver of overall market expansion. The fixed income market posted a modest uptick as capitalization edged up from 51.476 trillion naira to 51.55 trillion naira. The 80 billion naira increase reflects a 0.15% rise, indicating relative stability and subdued activity in the debt markets. Conversely, the ETFs market delivered strong momentum, with capitalization jumping from 45.55 billion naira to 69.65 billion naira. The 24.1 billion naira increase represents a robust 52.9% surge, highlighting growing investor appetite for exchange-traded products. So here is what you should know regarding this. The Nigeria Exchange operates a multi-layered market structure designed to serve different investment needs and financial instruments across Nigeria's capital markets. At the core of its equities markets, where shares of listed companies are traded, supporting capital raising and wealth creation, along equities are three other main segments: bonds, ETFs, and derivatives, each governed by distinct rules and listing requirements. So here is a backstory. On December 29th, 2025, Nairametrics had reported that Nigeria's total market capitalization surged to 149.88 trillion naira as of December 24th, effectively pushing the market to the brink of the 150 trillion naira milestone for the first time in its history. The expansion, according to report, reflected broad-based growth across equities, bonds, and ETPs, with a breakdown of data showing that equities contributed 97.89 trillion naira, accounting for 65.31% of total market value. The bond market added 51.55 trillion naira, while ETPs, though still a relatively small segment, recorded 43.20 billion naira in value. About 2 weeks into the new year, the capital market cumulative valuation has accelerated by 66.851 trillion naira, closing at 217.749 trillion naira, paving the way to a new milestone of 300 trillion naira capital markets, largely driven by local investors. Now, we look forward to see how all of this would actually perform in the coming days as we get towards the end of the month. Well, that's all I have for you on this episode of Business 360. Catch me again, same time, for another interesting one as we get to delve into the world of business. I am Anuoluwakbo Stephen. See you on the next round.
ITV, certainly the best.
Omonoba Nedu Ukwakolopolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Sultan rites of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ikoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Immortal Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II.